The August 4, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing-impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make this announcement at the start of any of our sessions that this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter. We do this as a cautionary instruction. We have no reason to believe that would take place, but we do this as a matter of course. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Mary Breadlaw, Grace in the Desert Episcopal Church, and please remain standing for the national anthem performed today by Fred Jackson.
Let us pray. Dear God, we give thanks for places of simplicity and peace. Let us find such a place within ourselves. We give thanks for places of refuge and beauty. Let us find such a place within ourselves. We give thanks for places of nature's truth and freedom, of joy, inspiration, and renewal, places where all creatures may find acceptance and belonging. Let us search for these places in the world, in ourselves, and in others. Let us restore them. Let us strengthen and protect them, and let us create them. May we mend this outer world according to the truth of our inner life, and may our souls be shaped and nourished by nature's eternal wisdom. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Let's see. That's my notes. Thank you very much. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first two ceremonial items, Councilman Ross will honor the August Citizen of the Month and some young athletes who are excelling at their sport. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. What a great way to start the day. That was a wonderful national anthem. Every month, each council member in their respective wards recognizes somebody who goes the extra mile, who does things, selfless things for others and in serving their community. Today is no different for me. I get to recognize a wonderful young lady who does the same thing. Marion King, would you come up here, please, as our Citizen of the Month for this month? She is such a good lady. Now, Marion, I can't have you stand up here by yourself. I'm going to have to ask Paul to come up here, too. Paul, yeah, you got to come up here and support your wife. Here, Paul, give Michelle your camera there so she'll get pictures for you. Let me tell you about Marion. It's very difficult in Ward 6, and I think of all of our respective wards, because there's so many great people that just do so many great things for others. And as Paul's walking up here, Marion, I have to tell you a little bit about Marion. Marion has been a loyal and supportive member of the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center since the opening in 2007. She participates in many of the special events, activities, and classes that the Active Adult Center offers. Now, Marion graciously donates her time by volunteering to instruct the jewelry design class at the center. This class meets every Thursday at 9:30, am I correct? And occasionally I crash the class and she looks at me and says, you know, get out of here, I'm trying to teach class. So occasionally I step in to say hello. It's interesting how she began doing that. She was actually a participant in the class and enjoyed it so much that the regular instructor, because of time constraints, could not continue to do the class. So she went the extra mile and said, hey, I'm having such a great time, I'm going to continue this for the benefit of the active adults in the area. The class started with six participants, and now you're up to 20, and probably more. And after today's broadcast and today's program, you're going to have a heck of a lot more. But she regularly volunteers 3 to 4 hours per week to instruct this class. Now, Marion and Paul understand the budget restrictions that the City of Las Vegas is under and are always willing to donate their own supplies to make this class a success. They both assist their senior neighbors by offering transportation to and from the center, so folks are able to get out of their homes and socialize with others. Now, I also want to recognize that Paul and Marion have been married for 49 years. That in and by itself is pretty significant. So please help me in recognizing Marion King as the August Citizens of the Month for her dedication to our community, to the active adults and the families in the Northwest, and this is for you. Thank you very much. Can you say a few words for us? Tell us what this means to you, or how much you like serving in the community.
Well, I love it. I really enjoy being with everybody and participating, but I am just shocked out of my shoes at being nominated Citizen of the Month, and I thank you very much.
And we're not going to tell you. Paul is trying to get it out of me who nominated you, and we're not going to tell you because that's a secret. We just care about you guys so much, and you do such wonderful things. Marion, I want to show you this sign. This will be on 4th Street for the rest of the month. So you guys come on down and make sure, I'll come down and take a picture of both of you in front of that. But thank you very much. Everybody give her a round of applause for what she does for this community. Thank you, Paul. Good man. Now you can sit down, Paul. Thanks, man. They're such great people. And it's easy for us in the city of Las Vegas to recognize people who go the extra mile. So now, this next group of young people, and folks that here in the audience and those watching on TV at home, if you haven't recognized, there's a great group of good-looking young people up here. And let me kind of introduce who they are. In May, the girls and boys Bulldog lacrosse teams won the Southern Nevada Lacrosse State Championship. And this is interesting because all of us have such great youth and great young people in our wards who are excelling academically and, of course, in sports. And these kids are no exception. They dedicate so much time to what they do. I know a lot of you. I know a lot of your parents and what you do out there. Sometimes you get confused who I am. I'm not Councilman Lacrosse. I'm Councilman Ross. I've heard that a few times. So just want to clarify that. First, let me recognize the Bulldog Lacrosse girls team. Now, girls, as I call your name, I want you to stand up. We're going to have the cameras on you. I want all of you to be on TV so you can go and show all your friends and say, hey, look what we got to go do. First, I want to bring down Michelle Mitchell. Coach Mitchell, you here? Come on down here. Come on down. You got to talk about these kids. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Ashley Parker, too, coaches with you. Am I correct? And these, she couldn't make it today. Now, we're going to give all of these to you to give out to these kids. And because there's so many of them, I'm going to just have them stand in place. But I want you to say a few words about these girls before we go on.
I do just want to say that you are a wonderful group of student athletes, and I'm very proud of each and every one of you, and hopefully we'll do it next year.
Wait a second. What do you girls think? You going to do it next year? Champions again? Oh, come on. You got to be a little louder than that. Champions again, Coach?
Yeah. course.
Okay. This is not how they act on the field. I've seen them. All right, as I call your name, girls, stand up. Rachel Allen, would you please stand up? Rachel, and everybody can applaud for him if you want to as I recognize you. Stay standing, Rachel. Everybody stay standing. Stay standing. Jesse Andreas, Sarah Cardona, Quincy Ellsworth, is she here? Reagan Ellsworth? No. Amanda Gibbs, Naomi Hermson. Right on, there we go. Brittany Ibsen. Brittany, you here? Okay, Katie Ibsen, she's not here. Ashley Jean. Ashley's here, stand up. Naomi Cam. Naomi, right on. Marie Kelly. No, not here. Andrea Killebrew. Coach, you want to do this for me? Taylor Mannion. Taylor here? No. Coach, where are all the girls? Vacation. Melissa Meekum, I know she's here. Melissa's right there. Yay. Amy Milligan. Amy's here. Mary Moody. There's Mary. Yep, new Mary's here. Sydney Phillips. Ashley Pritchett. Nikki Ramsey. Catherine Smedley. Catherine's not here. Natalie Stratton. All right, there she is. Jessica Torres. Is that Reese? Ricky? Right. Ricky's not here? No, okay. Ricky, right. Rachel Zeiter. Rachel here? No? Okay. Now, girls, stay standing. Did I miss one? Tiffany? Would you stand up too? In fact, Tiffany, do me a favor. Come over here. Come over here. I'm going to pick on you because your name's not on my list. Tell me about your experience playing with this team. And you can let it all out. You can talk bad about the coaches. Yeah, I do. I do. Go ahead.
This team is very different. That's all I have to say, because you can't really describe them because they're all unique and stuff.
They're all unique, aren't
Yep.
they? And I want everybody to take a good look at these young ladies. They're dressed wonderfully. This is the future of our city, the future of our community. Not only are they great athletes, but they're talented academically as well. Thank you all very much. Coach, thank you very much. Now, I like it when girls rule day. That's always a great day for me. But now it's time to recognize these handsome young men who are sitting behind you. Next, I want to recognize the Bulldogs lacrosse boys team, who are also state champions. And I want to bring down Ron Morse. Coach, are you here? Coach, come on down here, would you please? Give these boys a good round of applause, too, because they've done a great job. Coach Morse coaches also with Rob Thomas, and he couldn't be here today. And I'll go through this as well. And gentlemen, as I call your name, stand as well and stay standing. Coach, say a few words about these young men.
You need to run faster.
How about that? There's a message there, Coach. Now, I've seen him, Coach, so I know you guys, you all look great today, by the way. So let me start calling your names out. Stand up, and folks, please give them a round of applause as I call them. Kyle Adams, please stand. Kyle, you with us today? Kyle? Kyle's not here? Coach, you're going to walk through me with this. Justin Anderson. Stand up, Justin. Stephen Cameron. Mitchell Dunbar. James Felton. Sean Ferrario. Jacob Friedlander. Jacob, stand up. You're here. Adam Kahn. Blake Krowiecki. Brandon Krowiecki. Harrison Kruger. Alex Lindemood. Sorry about that. Joey Meekum. It says Joseph, but I know he is Joey. So Joey Meekum. Cody Milligan. Michael Morse. Nicholas Rosenberg. And Tyler Zafuda. Now give these young men a great big round of applause. Hey, Joey, come down here. Now, you guys don't sit down yet. I'm trying to get you on TV here for your friends. Okay, so stand up, look good. I want moms and dads at home to look at all these handsome young men and think, you know, I've got a daughter. Tell us about this team, buddy.
I guess it's all pretty cool. Yeah, with our coach, it's pretty intense, but it's good. I like it. I like us.
That's all the dirt on the team. There's a lot more later for the R-rated chapter of City Council today. Coach, thank you very much. Give these young men a big round of applause.
Okay. For our next item, the Mayor Pro Tem is going to tell us about a special City of Las Vegas Community Center that's been receiving high praise. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you representing? Is Jorge here? Would you guys please come up to also? Mr. Pate. The Nevada Stupak Community Center received the Nevada chapter of the American Public Works Association project for the year. Some of the 7 categories considered in this area are the community need, service to the public, intricacy of design, and aesthetics. The Stupak Center achieved the winning entry among numerous other similar public facilities within the state of Nevada. With that said, Councilwoman Tarkanian, when she represented this area, even Mike McDonald, when he represented this area, we had a community center over there. We all seen the need for a new community center. Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff got it started. I was able to get it finished. And with my staff and with Lois's staff, we have a community center today. To me, is probably the best community center in the state of Nevada. Not because of where it's at, or not because it's brand new, but because of the people that use it. This community center has been used for many, many things. The staff that works out there is second to none, I'm telling you. They provide so many services to the community behind the stratosphere. And it's really, really used. I'm telling you, it's really used. The construction on the Stupak Center started in August of 2008, was completed 14 months later in October 2009. It's a 2-story, 34,000 square feet. Funding for the $7.7 million facility was provided by the Neighborhood Services Department through a federal community development block grant. Features include an indoor multi-gym with a perimeter running track, a kitchen, a library, art, classrooms, weight fitness, and aerobic rooms, and a game team room. Construction will soon start on the solar-covered parking lot carports that are being funded through the ARRA stimulus funds, CDBG recovery. When completed, will provide shade for cars and also solar-assisted power to the facility to help us pay the power bill. But again, it's not the council members or the mayor that win these awards. It's the people that provide for us, and our staff does a fantastic job. I'm going to introduce Jorge Cervantes here.
Thank you, Councilman. As Councilman said, a great project for this community, an area of town that was in really need of that community being rebuilt. The old facility was in need of replacement. It was small, replaced with a larger community. Great partnership with our Neighborhood Service Department, who got the HUD funding to make this a reality, and a facility that has great use. Pat Pate was our architect in charge of it, under the direction of our city engineer, Sherry Edelman. So a great project, and we appreciate this recognition.
I'm going to pass it a few words here, too. What we did is we used the old community center up until the new one opened. The new community center, we had a nice park over there. We tore the park down and built a new community center with more parking. Now, we're in the process of tearing down the old community center and putting in a new park. So, Mr. Pate, would you please explain to us your role in this for us, please?
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Basically, all we did was just worked with city staff, leisure services, and neighborhood services, and everybody was great, all the way down. Council, city manager, everybody really supported the effort on this. So we're going to start soon on the park across the street, so that'll be up and running. And as you had mentioned, the solar-covered parking will be up shortly also at the Stupak Community Center. So just like to thank you and the council and all of staff for your support.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian. Again, I would like to turn some time over to Mr. Bowman from the provider.
I want to thank the council for having me here today. I represent the American Public Works Association. This is a national organization. The goal is to promote public works through education and training. Every year we have 2 conferences, one in the spring and one in the fall. This last spring at the conference we provided what we call the Project of the Year Awards. These are several awards to different kinds of projects in different cost categories. I'm here today to congratulate all the staff with City of Las Vegas Public Works, Jorge Cervantes, Sherry Edelman, Pat Batey, on a wonderful project. Stupak Community Center won the Project of the Year Award from APWA for structures projects in the category of $5 to $10 million. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Congratulations. That's beautiful. That's great. For our next item, Councilman Anthony is going to recognize an upcoming charity event. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Today it's my honor and my pleasure to welcome a special event that's going to be coming to our community, the Tour of Duty Run. The Tour of Duty Run is a charity event relay run across the United States of America that pays tribute to and honors the 2,973 victims and the 411 emergency service workers who gave their lives on September 11, 2001. The run features 30 public safety personnel from the United States and Australia. I'd like to ask 2 of those runners, Lieutenant Rob Wills of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and Battalion Chief Jay Whitwer of the North Las Vegas Fire Department, to join me up on the podium. Could you come up here, gentlemen? The Tour of Duty Run begins on Thursday, August 12th at 8:46 a.m. at the Santa Monica Pier in California, and will come through the great city of Las Vegas and stop at the Fremont Street Experience on Saturday, August 14th at 12:30 a.m. and ends at the National September 11th Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center in New York City on September 11th, 2010. The 31-day Odyssey will pass through the heartland of the United States, and along the journey, places of significance will be honored, including the Mira Federal Building in Oklahoma, the Flight 93 crash site in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the Fallen Firefighters Memorial in Emmitsburg, Maryland, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., the Pentagon Crash Site Memorial in Arlington, Virginia, and the site of the National September 11th Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center in New York City. The Honorable William J. Clinton, the 42nd President of the United States, serves as the honorary member of the Tour of Duty Board of Directors. Jerry Lewis is serving as a USA Patron of the Run, and the Honorable John Howard, former Australian Prime Minister, is serving as the Australian Patron of the Run. The Tour of Duty Run LA to New York 2010 embodies the values and attributes of courage, self-sacrifice, and community spirit that 411 brave individuals displayed on that fateful day in September 2001. All they ask of you is that you share in their expedition and remember them, as well as the families, the people who still burden the shoulder of that day, and all those internationally who serve to make our world a better place to live. I would like to now ask Battalion Chief Whitwer of the North Las Vegas Fire Department to talk a little bit about the Tour of Duty Run and what it's all about.
Thank you, Councilman. Your Honor.
Good job.
And my name's Jay Whitwer. I'm with the City of North Las Vegas Fire Department, and we were asked to join with a group of Australian firefighters to be involved in this Tour of Duty Run. I thank the Councilman for the great introduction. There has been a lot of work that has gone into putting an event like this together. We have decided to attack this much like we would a large incident. So we are using the national NIMS model of our incident command system in taking care of all of the logistical needs, all of the events that will take place along the route, and some of those have been explained here. We've had a number of supporters, large supporters across the country, corporate entities that have come forward. We have 7 large brand new motorhomes that have been donated for our use for this event. We have a number of other vehicles, food products, running products, all kinds of things. It would just take me all day to go through the list of things that we have to make this run a success. I'm excited to be involved in this. It's my opportunity and the opportunity of the entire team to honor those who lost their lives that day. And not only that, but to encourage and lift up all the relatives, friends, and associates of those people who lost their lives on that day. September 11th, 2001 changed our nation. There are many things throughout our history that has changed the direction of us as a nation. That date is one of those times. I'd like each of our members just to stand. I'd like to introduce them. We have a few of our runners here. John Melia, Micah Reyes, Darcy Lowen, Sergio Reynoso, Ben Erickson, Brad Iverson, and Greg Cola. These are a few of our U.S. runners. As stated before, we have a group of Australian mates, as they like to be called, from across the pond that will be joining us on August 9th. I'm excited to be here today to receive this proclamation, and thank you for the support. We have some official tour of duty T-shirts that we'd like to present to each member of your council.
Double extra large?
We do have two of those.
I think I should get one of them, being the tallest.
Thank you very much.
I think I'm the whitest. Double XL. Yep. Already gets it.
We'll get to double XL. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks very much.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
You have to picture what this run is all about. Just as an introduction, I'd like to have Lieutenant Wills just talk about it. These guys are going to be running 13 miles a day, every single day until they make New York City, and which means they get about 11, 12 hours of off time. So, Lieutenant Wills, if you could just talk a little bit about that and also the charity portion of it and how maybe you can help these folks out.
Sure. First of all, thank you, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem, for allowing us here and for your staff's hard work in getting us here. I'm honored to be part of this international team of first responders, like the Chief said, from as far away as Australia to different departments in this country, including New York and Chicago and I believe New Orleans, some other places. As far as the run is concerned, we start in Santa Monica. We have 30 runners. They're paired up, one Australian and one American together as a pair. So we have 15 pairs of runners split up in 3 groups. Each group will run amongst the 5 pairs for 6 hours at a time, and then leapfrog ahead to the RVs that they mentioned, sleep, eat, and prepare for their next 6-hour shift. And that will go on from August 12th in Santa Monica to September 11th at 8:46 a.m. At the World Trade Center. And that was the exact time that the first plane hit the Twin Towers. We will be coming through Las Vegas, through Baker and up the grade on Friday the 13th. We'll arrive. Sorry? We'll forget about that. We will be arriving on the southern end of Las Vegas in the evening and running down the Strip with the support of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and with a engine behind us following the runners down the Strip. There will be a special fountain show at the Bellagio at midnight in the Tour of Duty's honor as we run past, and we will end up at the Fremont Street Experience at about 12:30 in the morning, Saturday morning. So we encourage all that can attend and show their support. We encourage that. all along their run, and especially at the Fremont Street Experience in the city of Las Vegas. And if you're a runner, grab your shoes and follow us any part of the route. We welcome it. If you'd like to learn more about the event, you can go to our website, which is tourdutyrun.com. There's all kinds of information on there about the runners, about the event, and how, if you would like to support that event. And again, I wanted to thank Councilman Anthony and the rest of the council members and Mayor Pro Tem for the support, and look forward to seeing you guys out there.
Thank you. Good job.
I'd also like to recognize the North Las Vegas Fire Chief Gillespie, because he's been very supportive. So thank you for coming down, and thank you for being supportive. So with that, at conclusion, Chief Whitwer and Lieutenant Wills, I'd like to present you with this proclamation from the City of Las Vegas, where it states, "We, the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, in honor of the Tour of Duty Run, proudly proclaim August 14th, 2010 as Tour of Duty Run Day in the City of Las Vegas."
Thank you very much.
Okay, for our final item, Councilman Wilson is going to recognize a young person in the community for outstanding sportsmanship. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. We going to do that Baker grade together, Councilman Anthony? Yeah. Me, you, Councilman Ross? What do you say?
I'm there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to talk about another student athlete. We have great student athletes with us this morning, these fine young men and women that play team sports. But I'd like to talk to you about an individual sport and individual athlete. And I'm going to talk to you about something that not normally happens on the field, but something that happened on the field and then off the field. And I've got a great story to tell you about character and sportsmanship. And I want to thank Councilman Ross for bringing this to my attention. I think you saw a little story on the news about Dustin and brought it to my attention, and here we are today. Oh, I said Dustin, I'm sorry, Austin. Any of us who have children hope that we do and say the right things while raising them. Our goal is to teach them right from wrong and to instill a moral compass that will guide them throughout their life. Their character is often a direct reflection of what they've learned at home. We don't always know if these teachings stuck until our child is faced with a situation in which they must make the decision to take the easy way out or take the high road and do the right thing. We are honored today to have a young man with us who was faced with such a decision and proved that he was listening to his parents' teachings. He showed us a tremendous amount of character and excellent sportsmanship. He did the right thing. How many of you have participated in sports at the high school level? Raise your hands. I mean, obviously our student athletes, most of us did. When I was younger, I played baseball all the way from Little League through college, and I learned more. Wait a minute. Hey, it worked. Wait a minute. When I played sports, I learned not just the mechanics of the game, but I learned about being part of a team, the importance of both winning and losing, and that sportsmanship doesn't end when you walk off the field. Our special guest today is a track and field athlete. Austin Daigle runs hurdles, the 400-meter race, the 4x400 relay, the 200-meter race, and other distance competitions. This year, as an 8th grader, he decided to give the long jump a try for the first time. I think we've got some pictures. Have they been shown?
No, they are.
Okay. After several competitions throughout the season, his jumps consistently improved, and at one competition he jumped his personal best and won the blue ribbon, first place. Not bad for a first-year jumper. But Austin didn't feel right about that jump. He felt like his toe was over the line when he took off. He felt like he scratched the jump. And there's a picture right there. I don't know if we can go back to the one before that. but you can see that his toe was on the line. And in long jump competition, that means you scratch the jump. In any event, he was awarded the ribbon, and after the competition, he looked over the pictures of the jump with his dad. The pictures you see on the monitors above will show you all stages of the jump. The most telling, however, is that second one where he's at the line ready to launch, and Austin and his dad could clearly see that he should have been eliminated from that jump because his foot was on the foul line. Here's the dilemma he was faced with. He had already won the ribbon. He had already been awarded first place. He could either say nothing and keep the blue ribbon and the first place standing, or return the ribbon and let everyone know that his winning jump did not count. I'm proud to say that Austin did the right thing. He and his family made the trip to a middle school in Pahrump and presented the first place blue ribbon to the young man who actually came in second, a young man by the name of Glenn Ivey. Austin is with us today with his mom, Jennifer, little sister, Melissa, grandmother, Mary, and Aunt Sorn. His dad would have liked to have been here, but I understand he's out of town on business. Austin, will you please join me up here at the podium? And I'd like his family to come up. Any of you family members that would like to join us? Mom, sister, grandmother? Congratulations. Come stand next to me. We have your sister, Melissa, and grandmother, Mary. And we have Mom, Jennifer. Which one is the sister? Which one is the mom? Okay. Thank you. I understand that you are interested in the Air Force Academy and becoming a pilot. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what. You're a great athlete, but more than that, you have excellent character and sportsmanship. So on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, I have a recognition, which I'd like to read to you. It says, City of Las Vegas, in recognition of your excellent display of character and sportsmanship, Austin Daigle, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Vegas, congratulate you on your second place jump. And I know that's a little odd. We're congratulating you on coming in second, but I think we're doing this to act as a reminder of what was really first place, and that is your sportsmanship and your character. So congratulations, and we'd love for you to say a few words. Are you up to it?
Yes. I'm glad that I did it. I mean, I felt bad about getting the first place because I knew the kid, Glenn, we had both been competing first and second place in all the track meets all year. So I had beaten him so far, and I knew that he had been trying as hard as he could to get back into first. But so I was kind of glad that he got a chance to win a first place ribbon fair and square. I'd like to thank my family for being here with me too. My dad couldn't make it, but business. So.
Was Glenn, the second place turned first place winner, surprised when you came over and said, oops, I made a mistake, you're the real winner? Was he surprised?
Yeah, I think he was surprised. At first, when they called him up to the office, I think he thought he was in trouble. So.
And you want to go to the Air Force Academy and be a pilot?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Mom, would you like to say a few words? I didn't prepare you for this, but you're the parent that we talked about that passes on values and, right from wrong. So how do you feel about what your son did?
Well, obviously, I'm proud of him. To us, it just doesn't seem like it was that big of a deal because it's just doing the right thing. And the first place ribbon didn't mean anything to him because he hadn't won first place in his head. And so for him, it was just simply doing the right thing. It wasn't easy to get it done either because, there's no instant replay in track. And so whatever they decide is supposed to stand. But he had to go to his coaches, and the coaches kicked him out, and he went back to his coaches, and finally they listened. So it's not that the coaches weren't bad at all. They just know that there's no instant replay in track, and I was just proud of him for doing the right thing. He's a great kid.
That's great.
She's not so bad herself.
Well, I was gonna kind of put Melissa on this spot. Melissa, this is your older brother, right? What do you think about him? Well, take the microphone.
I'm proud of him, but I really think that that's the right thing to do. And I'm not surprised that he did it at all. He's a good person.
That's Thanks so much. Johanna, would you like this? Okay, that's great. Okay, thanks so much, and here's your certificate. Thanks.
Good job. You bet. Thanks so much for participating. Great job. Good luck.
Oh, it's election time, folks. That's all I can tell you. It's election time. It's election time. Yeah. Jeez. No. Okay. Okay, let's get this on the road, folks. Yeah, I meant absolutely correct. No, that's okay. No problem.
Sorry, man. There's not any. I don't know how to make it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd be kind enough to take your seats, we're going to call item 10, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 29 is an auto pawnbroker license, Easy Pawn, Nevada, Inc., doing business at Easy Pawn, 7077 West Craig Road. Staff has to strike. Are there any other items, council members? Seeing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring this item forward to take appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 11, approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of July 7th, 2010. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Move to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. All right, motion passes unanimously. Item number 12, discussion and possible action to adjust the compensation and amend the term of employment agreement for City Manager Elizabeth N. Fretwell. And Ms. Fretwell, will you please join us, and could you please start with an overview of your accomplishments during the past year and what you anticipate the coming year is going to bring?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity. First, I'd just like to say for the record, I know that the way this item is posted may be somewhat misrepresentative of what I expect to happen here this morning. In my contract, I have a performance contract, and you're obligated to review my performance every year. And this is posted as adjusting my compensation, and I just want to be very clear right up front that I'm not asking for an adjustment to my compensation. So just trying to make the record straight on that, and I've talked with the city clerk about modifying the way we post this item going forward, at least as long as I'm the city manager, to accurately reflect what we're really doing here, which is to have you give me feedback about what I'm doing well and what I'm not doing well and what you'd like to see improved or enhanced in the coming year. With that being said, I think it goes without saying that fiscal year 10 was one tough year for our city. It was tough for our leaders, for our employees, and our citizens. With our community facing record-setting bankruptcies, foreclosures, and unemployment levels, we had to prepare and respond to a new set of economic drivers, and none of them were positive. About 1 year ago, I stood before you and shared how well I felt we were positioned. We had survived a tough legislative cycle. We survived a major challenge to the redevelopment agency. And we put to bed a budget that laid a foundation for major changes in the way we do business. And then our revenues continued to plummet. And we had to adjust mid-course, as well as prepare for the budget that we're beginning right now, fiscal year 11. In my goals last year, I had indicated that I thought we were going to need to reduce our structural budget deficit by $25 million. We had to cut it by $45 million. We had to lay off over 200 people, close recreation outlets, scale back services, explore untapped revenues, and many other very difficult decisions. Our labor negotiations were tense, to say the least. But several of our services were saved, at least for the upcoming year, as a direct result of the willingness of our employees and labor leaders to work through some tough issues with us. Park Police and Fire and EMS come to mind as great examples. We essentially cut our 5-year structural deficit in half by our aggressive actions this year over the course of the last 12 months. We've eliminated more than 15% of our budget and our positions. We reached out to the community both to inform them and to listen. As we had to make tough choices on where to cut back and what to eliminate, I believe the Your City, Your Way initiative was a great success. Meanwhile, we continued along the road of good management practices. We continued to institutionalize our performance management system, which we call Performance Plus, throughout our organization, preparing to put together our first city scorecard right now that we can share with the general public about how we're performing. We trained over half of our employees in diversity training. As we continue to pare back our services and unfortunately had to endure reductions in force, our diversity efforts were solidified to get all of our employees contributing in ways they could, sharing their experiences, accepting differences, building corporate and personal strength, and giving their best. We also kept our eyes to the future with our sustainability efforts. Tom Perigo is going to give you a very compelling report later on in the agenda today, but our accomplishments are astounding. I believe we're a national municipal leader in this regard. I'll just give you a couple of stats. We reduced our energy consumption by 10%. We reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. We reduced our carbon footprint by 10%, and we cut our energy costs by 12%. Now, we have more work to do on this front, but we're making a huge difference. And it's my intent to continue to push to the completion the Council's 2008 Sustainable Energy Strategy. None of these things, and a whole laundry list of many other great accomplishments by all of our departments, would be possible without a fantastic team. I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for your leadership, our executive team, deputy managers, department directors, and our employees, all of whom I feel are dedicated to making this community great and keeping it great despite these tough circumstances. I'd also like to thank our labor leaders who are willing to work through some really tough issues with us. Without their leadership, and I'd like to call a couple of them out, Chris Collins and Dean Fletcher came forward and worked something out with us. I know it wasn't easy for them. And as much as we don't agree often, I think there was a consensus that we had to do something to save jobs and to save critical services. And we would not have been able to save many services had we not reached those agreements. So as I've discussed with each of you, where do we go from here, and what are my goals in light of the direction I believe I've heard from the Council in our planning sessions, our meetings, and our briefings? You set out 6 key priority areas at the beginning of this calendar year: sustainable, livable neighborhoods, a vibrant urban fabric, a fiscally sound government, a pro-business environment, a safe city, and one that has engaged citizens. I think to continue to make huge improvements, we've got to reframe our discussions. We've got to be strategic about what we're in the business of doing, how we do it, and trying to do it in a way that's sustainable. We have to have a new Las Vegas that's streamlined for today, sustainable for tomorrow, and providing outstanding service always. So you may ask, okay, Betsy, what are we going to do in that regard? Well, we got to do a lot of new things. We need to have a new economy. We've got to continue to focus on the downtown core. We've got to expand the RDA. We need to attract sustainable industries, streamline our business licensing, continue to streamline our development processes, improve our employment plans, and our local bidding preferences. I sound like I've taken a page out of the playbook from Councilman Ross and many of you sitting up here who've talked with me over and over about this, but that's what this is about. This is a team effort. We also need to have new service delivery and rebalancing strategies. That means having hard discussions about consolidations, home rule, regionalization, outsourcing, being technology-driven and less staff-dependent. We have to have a new stabilized budget, and we've been working hard in this regard, but we're not done. We need to protect our revenue streams, but stabilize them. We need to have strategic expenditure reductions. We can no longer do across-the-board cuts. There are certain areas of our city that if we cut them anymore, we will not be in compliance with state law. We will lose our fighting competitive edge. So we're going to have to be more strategic going into fiscal year 12 than we've already been, and we've been pretty strategic so far. My goal is to get us to a point that our annual revenues exceed our expenses by 2 to 5%, and that we continue to pursue the sustainable practices that I outlined as one of our accomplishments. We have to tackle the issue of new employee compensation, engagement, and management models for our city. What do I mean by that? Our compensation needs to be tied to economic strength and our revenues. We need to restructure our benefit programs. We need to move to a management pay-for-performance system. And we need to reorganize the management structure of the City of Las Vegas to more reflect a business orientation instead of the old way of doing business. And finally, we need to create a new model of citizen and neighborhood self-sufficiency. We have to break a dependence model that is out there where we have people in our community that have a client mentality that are dependent upon us. We have to stop that. We've got to build the community fabric, involvement and accountability. We've got to work on this foreclosure prevention effort and support where there are foreclosures, and more importantly, help our citizens help themselves instead of relying on us, because we're not going to be able to do this anymore the way we've done it in the past. And I'm not talking about doing more with less. I'm talking about doing less with less, because we're as efficient as we possibly can be. Now, we're going to continue to streamline and fine-tune and advance where we can our operations. Please don't misinterpret. But we can only get so much blood out of a turnip. And we are to the bone in so many areas of the city right now. We have to stop doing things and let citizens do them for themselves with our help. I would just like to wrap up by saying I thank you for your tremendous support. And I look forward to that support in the coming year. I know this sounds kind of weird, but I look forward to the challenges and the opportunities that come with a troubled economic time. With your leadership, I'm certain we will emerge stronger and better than ever. That's my report.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to have the motion, but before I make the motion, does the council have any comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Betsy, thank you very much for your report this morning. I think any of us that's been around the city any length of time at all know what you do for the city of Las Vegas. And I, for one, want you to know personally I appreciate your phone calls, your intervention in some of the problems that I face, and you're a great friend as well as a good city manager, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I'll try and be brief. Betsy, thank you for your report. I will say, and I think I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but I think I probably could by saying that nobody works harder than you, nobody works longer hours than you. Your accessibility over these last couple of years since you've been our city manager has been phenomenal. I don't care whether it's a Friday night, a Saturday morning, a Tuesday afternoon. When I call you, you call me back, and that's phenomenal. I applaud your forward thinking. We already have started receiving briefings about our fiscal 2012 budget. We just finished 11, but we're already working on 2012, and that's to your credit. I like the ideas of the new city, the new employee, the new economy, because we don't have a choice. We have to do these things, and you are our leader to take us into this new dimension. One of our speakers at our ceremonial talked about 9/11 being a critical point in our nation's history. Well, I think the recession has forced the city of Las Vegas to be in a similar situation. This is a critical time in the city of Las Vegas's history because of our economic situation. And I can't think of anybody else that I'd rather have as our city manager than Betsy Fretwell at this point. I'd like to talk about your compensation quickly. We were provided with a Chief Executive Officer comparison chart, which talks about the CEOs from Las Vegas, Clark County, Henderson, North Las Vegas, UMC, the Valley Water District, the LVCVA, the RTC, Sparks, Reno, Washoe County. And in my opinion, you are underpaid as compared to other city managers or CEOs of other entities. Without getting too nitpicky, when you look at other city managers and what they are paid, both as a base salary and a total package as compared to their budgets and their number of employees, you're doing an extraordinary job. So I am very comfortable to support what I believe is going to be a motion that is placed, and look forward to working with you over the next few years.
Thank you.
Any other council members?
Yes.
Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And I don't want to take anything away from what Councilman Wolfson has shared, because he really covered quite a bit, and I appreciate his comments, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. Betsy, as we move forward, I appreciate the fact that you were a part of the city of Las Vegas during the Doug Selby's administration, so you had an opportunity to be right amongst all of the transitions, and I call it the roller coaster of an economic situation, a bad economic situation. And so you've had an opportunity to see the good, and unfortunately we're in a very bad situation right now, specifically as we talk about the layoffs that we had to do, unfortunately, and the possible layoffs yet to come. Hopefully it does not have to occur, but those are the realities of what we're dealing with today. And moving into this 2011 legislative session and other pressing issues such as the budget and the revenues continuing to slip, not being where we would like for them to be, I believe that we have the right person in the driver's seat to keep us in alignment as best as possible. And so for that, I really appreciate your hard work and effort of keeping me informed and finding me wherever I am throughout the country as far as giving me the updates as to those pressing issues that you need to have a response to immediately. And so I agree, you are very accessible. I do disagree with one thing that Councilman Wilson stated. Mayor Goodman does work a little bit harder than you do, but it's okay because you all are most definitely good running mates. And I really also want to thank you and the mayor for hosting your meetings on Channel 2. Very informative. I get an opportunity to sit back and watch it on a regular basis, and the community really enjoys it as well. So thank you for your great job and your great work.
Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And Betsy, I'm not going to reiterate what my colleagues have already mentioned, and Councilman Wilson really summed it up. I will say this, though. Tough times call for tough people, and you have demonstrated that. You have received the calling to lead this city into the next generation, the next decade, the next several years, certainly. And you're magnifying that calling, and I want the people of this city and those in this audience to recognize that because of your leadership and the leadership of this council, we see what's going on out there, and we understand clearly the direction the city needs to go in. So I appreciate you stepping up to the plate because this is you chose to do this, and you took this on your shoulders, and you're doing it. You're magnifying that calling as our city manager. And I think we are the, 20th largest city in the United States? That's significant. And Councilman Wilson mentioned those pay differentials, and that's significant too, because you could be working somewhere else. But we need your leadership. And this council, I certainly, as one on this council, appreciate tough decisions have to be made. Tough decisions are going to have to be made tomorrow. And you know that. And I'm going to stand there right there with you to make them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard at this time? Councilwoman.
I'm not going to reiterate all that's already been said. You know how we feel. And I support all the wonderful things that have been said about the work you've done. I wanted to say that what I find so good about working with you is that if I ask a question, I get a quick response, that you listen to what when I have, no matter how off the wall the question may be, you're willing to listen to it and try and help with it. And not once have I ever made a contact with you and asked for information that you didn't quickly return my call and quickly help me through the situation. And the other thing I find especially good about your leadership is that you listen and you don't show any disparagement towards any suggestions that we make, and that you follow through with purpose. It takes, I just wondered sometimes, how does Betsy feel about what she stepped into? Did Doug Selby know something when he left? Because it was wham, right away, that you were hit hard with a lot of things. And we don't always agree on everything, but we certainly discuss them and come to, I think, a mutual respect for each other's thoughts. And so I want to say I appreciate your leadership, and I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
If I just may just touch on one other thing. There have been a number of inquiries in regards to how, in fact, item number 12, 13, and 14 has been listed in relation to the adjustment to compensation. And I believe that we need to at least clarify that as far as possibly in the future, it's not always about the adjustment of someone's compensation as to the review in which Betsy is standing before us here today to give us an update on her performance review. And I know that our city attorney as well as our auditor will come before us during the closed session, but I believe that it's in my opinion, I believe it's a misinterpretation of why they come before us. It's not always to talk about the adjusting of their compensation. So I believe it sends out the wrong message that we are possibly here to discuss her adjustment. So I just wanted to put that on the record and provide a level of clarity.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Mr. King, it's not a public hearing, but I will put your email, which I believe was sent to all the council at 3:11 yesterday, into the record.
Fine, Your Honor.
Here we
I'll
go.
come back to public comments later if I need to.
Very good. All right, my motion is going to follow some observations. Of course, I adopt and reincorporate all of the positive statements that were made by my colleagues on the council. I've been up here for 11 years now. It's gone very, very fast, and I'll tell you, the first 10, I didn't realize how good we had it. This last year has been brutal, but for the doggedness and the tenacity and the commitment that Ms. Fretwell has made and has endured and has lived, not only during the 10 hours of the workday that we all spend down here in City Hall, but night after night in public meetings throughout the community, attending each one. It's been refreshing to see that kind of devotion, but at the same time, without that, there's no telling in what morass we would find ourselves further trying to navigate. This is a brutal time, and it takes, as has been mentioned before, tough, strong leadership and an unquenching thirst to achieve our goal of providing the services in the best way possible to keep Las Vegas as the great world-class city that we envision and we like to believe that we are. If I had my druthers, I would, in my motion, attempt to reward you monetarily. Bonus, raise, extra days, all of those things that in the past we have given to employees that are so deserving because of their commitment to the city. But that would be the wrong message. We've asked our employees to dig deep into their consciences, to do the right thing in order to preserve jobs for their colleagues and to maintain the level of service to our constituents. And in large part, many of them have stood up and have done the right thing, and they should be proud of themselves. But once again, without your commitment to being tough and strong and directed, that would have never been the end result. So I can't in good conscience in my motion ask for the monetary benefits. I can, however, envision the new mayor, who will be sworn in next year, and the new council. The composition of this council will change by necessity, having to navigate the path that we've started without the institutional knowledge being made available to that new mayor and the new council. So you will be the linchpin as far as that's concerned, because you'll be able to provide the history as to where we've been and what we've committed ourselves to achieving and where we're going. So with that, I believe that for the new mayor and the new council to have a feeling that they will have you at their side, and for you to have a feeling that you can keep on making these tough decisions, these unpopular decisions, these decisions that cause people to say things that you don't like to hear about your future, I think it's important that you have a certain comfort level. And as a result of that, I'm going to move that your contract be extended from a term which at this time ends in 2012 to 2014. I believe with that you can feel that you have the support of the council and that you will be able to make the further commitment to the new mayor and to the new council that you'll work as hard, as diligently, and try to justify the praise that you've received here today. So that's my motion. Please vote.
Mayor Goodman, before we take a vote, may I just make a comment, please?
Certainly.
Betsy, when I learned that there may be a desire to extend your contract 2 years, from 2012 to 2014, I had a private conversation with you because I wanted to ask you something. I'd like to share that for our observers. And I think Councilman Ross was with me when we had this discussion. That discussion was about your intent and your future plans. Because when I look over the financial picture of others like you, it would be easy to see that you would be sought after and recruited by other entities. And you gave me a comfort level that your plans and your intentions are to stay with the city of Las Vegas because you have a loyalty and a desire to get us through these next few years in our toughest times. Would that be an accurate reflection of how you feel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's been a motion. Please vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to state that I understand the reason for your extending the years, and I will go along with that vote, but I also want to say that for those workers who are here that don't even know if it's going to be 2 months or 2 years or 4 years or whatever it is, that we will be watching out for that too, because I think it's very important that we let that be known. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to put on the record, Your Honor, that there is an amended version of the city manager's contract, and this motion will approve that amended contract.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Items 13 and 14 will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon session following our closed session once we recess for the noon break. So we'll have Mr. Snelding and Mr. Jervik prepared to meet us in the cloakroom, so to speak, and make a presentation as to what you've accomplished, what you hope to accomplish in the future. And then we'll come out and publicly state our findings. All right, items 15 through 39, with the exception of, which one was that? Mayor Pro Tem. 29. Are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve items 15 through 39 with the exception of 29 with all conditions, please.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 40 is a report and possible action regarding the implementation of the Sustainable Energy Strategy and Green Building Program pertaining to all wards. Mr. Perigo, I understand you'll be making this presentation.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Tom Perigo, Chief Sustainability Officer, Administrative Services. The strategy was adopted back in 2008, and it requires an annual review. This will be the second one that we've given. Just a quick overview. In 2009, we spent about $15 million on energy. It roughly breaks down to about a third in facilities, a third in streetlights, and a third for wastewater treatment. I'll skip this slide because it basically is the same as the snapshot that Betsy gave in her presentation. And just a quick overview of the funding. We've been able to secure about $47 million in funding for the program in the last 2 years, and with almost zero impact on the general fund. It's a combination of grants, rebates, some bonds that will be repaid with the energy savings. So that's quite an accomplishment. And of course, none of the successes of this program would be possible without the support of all the departments. The sustainability initiative has really been embraced by everybody under Betsy's leadership to really make this happen. I could fill the balance of the day talking about the accomplishments of all the departments. The sustainable energy strategy has three components: city operations, city policies, and community partnerships. Under city operations, I just wanted to point out a few highlights. In addition to considering the environmental, economic, and social consequences of our decisions, we're also doing a lot with purchasing. And just a couple of examples to give you an idea. In 2009, we purchased about $28,000 worth of green industrial products at the same cost of previous products, really reducing the amount of chemicals in the environment. We've reduced the amount of paper that we purchased by about $25,000 simply by switching to two-sided printing at the printers, and 30% recycled content in all of our paper that we purchase. We reduced next-day desktop delivery services for small orders, eliminating 263 trips this last year. We purchased the paint that we use to cover graffiti from a recycling company. And this one is really impressive. It's just a simple thing, but it's an example of the things that are happening all across the city. We purchased floor mats this year. In the past, we've rented them. We purchased these floor mats, recycled content in the floor mats, but these floor mats will save the city $250,000 to $500,000 over the life of those floor mats. Just a few examples of the kinds of things that are happening as a result of the sustainability initiative. So for city operations, we've talked about this before. We have in design and under contract solar covered parking structures to cover 850 spaces, generating about $200,000 worth of energy annually. And that's just phase one. We expect to have phase two under contract. We're waiting to hear from the Public Utilities Commission. They have a hearing regarding the use of some of their rebate money. But if it goes as anticipated, we should be receiving about another $5 million in rebates, and we'll be able to launch phase two, which will double the amount of carports that we'll be putting out. Wastewater treatment plant, we approved a contract at the last meeting, nearly 4 megawatts of solar energy at that facility. That will generate about 20% of the energy needs of the wastewater treatment plant. We did energy audits on 15 buildings. It cost us about $100,000. We got a $40,000 rebate check from Southwest Gas to defray some of those costs. We're now in design on retrofits at 11 city buildings. It will cost us about $3.5 million. We'll save over $300,000 annually. These buildings represent about 16% of all the energy use in our city facilities, and each facility we expect to save about 40% on our energy costs as a result of the retrofits. And these projects are happening across the city. Streetlights, we have an RFP that will go out to replace 10,000 streetlights. This project will save about $500,000 a year in energy costs for the city. The Green Building Program, we provided incentives this year. As a result, KB Homes built 27 homes, 30% more efficient than Energy Code. We provided incentive for that. We've provided incentives for 500 energy audits and over 50 retrofits. These 500 energy audits now are homes in the city that are prepared with the information they need to take advantage of the HomeStar program that has support in Congress to be passed. We'll provide incentives for homeowners to perform retrofits. This program, because of the city's incentives for these audits and retrofits, we now have over 9 audit companies participating in the program, 6 retrofit companies, over 100 professionals have been trained, $500,000 has been invested in just the last 6 months in energy retrofits. This is creating jobs, helping people to save money. And to give you kind of a picture of what's going on overall in the community, the Weatherization Assistance Program for income-qualified homes, 3,000 homes were weatherized last year. This program that we have at the city picks up where that leaves off for the rest of the market. Those 3,000 homes, if we are able to achieve that level of performance in this program for the rest of the community, that would be 6,000 homes next year. That would be over $40 million of investment in the community, putting workers back to work, especially in the trades and in the skilled construction industries, saving homeowners over $3 million annually. That's money that will be respent in the economy. This is a big program for creating jobs, saving money, and really helping to spur some economic development. We also provided in community partnerships a grant to Green Chips. And we have the results now. Green Chips was able to perform a retrofit for the Shade Tree Shelter, saving about 10% on their energy costs, we expect. That's about $500 a month that they now have to support their mission. But what's really important here, what's really impressive is that Green Chips was able to leverage the $30,000 that came from the city's grant to do about $100,000 worth of work from private companies and other individuals who participated in that program. And what we're hearing now from the facility manager for that building is that the real benefit of this was that building now is much more comfortable, and the indoor air quality is much improved for the occupants of that building. People who are under stress in stressful situations now have a much more comfortable and healthier building to occupy. They also did energy retrofits on 7 low-income homes, saving those homeowners about $60 a month on their energy bill. That project was also leveraged with additional money from other resources. Other companies participated in that program. That $60 for some of these homes represents about 5% of their monthly income. So it's really making a difference in people's lives. What's coming up for 2010? We expect to have nearly 5 megawatts of renewable energy installed. That will exceed our 2011 target in the strategy by over 60%. As a result of the retrofits, we'll be reducing our energy consumption by another 5.5%, exceeding our 2011 target. We're on track for our greenhouse gas emissions reduction target of 10%, and we expect this year we budgeted not only will we be able to repay the bonds that we're going to be issuing for this program, but we'll have an additional $300,000 of revenue into the program to continue doing more projects. In addition, we expect the Form-Based Sustainability Zoning Code will be scheduled for adoption. The 2009 International Energy Conservation Code is scheduled for adoption. The Green Building Program, because a lot of the incentives now are coming from the stimulus money going directly to Home Free, nonprofit that we've partnered with on that program to do residential retrofits. We're going to be focusing on small commercial and nonprofit organizations. We think we can really help some of the small businesses to save money on their energy costs. In addition, Green Chips is launching a revolving loan fund to provide low-interest loans to homes to do energy retrofits. So some of the things we're looking at for the future beyond 2010, 2011, we're really excited about the solar trees at the new City Hall. We're planning to have that as sort of the energy central for the city to display all of the city's energy programs with educational displays. We're looking at wind. NV Energy has a tremendous rebate now. There are some areas of the city that have tremendous wind potential, and with the incentive, those things will really pay off. We're also looking at electric vehicle plug-in stations at all of our solar-covered parking structures. So you can imagine there could be as many as 20 facilities across the city where you could pull up, plug in your electric vehicle, go in and do whatever you do at the facility, attend a meeting or whatever, and really support the expansion of electric vehicles in the city. And then, of course, recycling. We can do more, and we think we're going to be able to do a lot more in the coming years. All of these programs have really gained a lot of recognition for the city. In the last year, the U.S. Department of Energy recognized the city as one of the top 10 energy efficiency and conservation block grant programs in the country. The Nevada chapter of the American Institute of Architects recognized the city for a Sustainable Practice Service Award. The United States Green Building Council, Nevada chapter, recognized the city for its green building program. The Nielsen Wire ranked the city the 7th top U.S. city for green energy programs. And all of this, the city is doing its part to make Nevada one of the greenest states, recognized as the 6th greenest state by Greenopia. We're also getting a lot of attention in the media. Here's a screenshot from CNBC. Las Vegas put sustainability in the spotlight in the last month alone. 15 hits from national media and 10 from local media. So these programs are starting to bear the fruits that we hit the targets, exceed the targets that we set 2 years ago, and gaining a lot of recognition for the city. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perrigo. Any comments or questions of Mr. Perrigo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilor Barlow.
Mr. Perrigo, what is the recommended approach for residents wanting to take advantage of the green energy program, whether it be their primary or investment properties?
Well, the best thing to do is to go to the city's website. We have all the information on the incentive packages that we have. NV Energy also has, the PUCN just recently approved incentive packages, incentive program for residences who participate in Home Free. So you can either go to homefreenevada.org or you can go to the city's website to our green building program and get all the information you need to get into the program and take advantage of the incentives.
Okay, for the viewers, repeat the website again.
homefreenevada.org.
homefreenevada.org. Okay, I appreciate that. I wanted to put a plug in there, Mayor.
Very good. Councilwoman?
Thank you.
You want to be heard?
Are you telling us, Tom, that we may be at the top of some lists?
That's good.
That's good, and I hope the city gets credit for getting at the top of some lists. But mainly, I also wanted to say that before our Station 6, the new Station 6 is opened, we've already received, or we will be receiving shortly, we've been already allocated a check for over $127,000 because of the efficiency there with the solar panels on the roof. So that's something when you're getting money back before you even open.
That and that's an excellent example of how the departments are pulling together to make this happen. That was a rebate we applied for a year ago that was set to expire on June 30th, and we did not have a project ready to go. So we ramped up that fire station solar project. Public Works did an excellent job getting that thing done on time within 2 days of getting that rebate. And you're right, we collected a rebate, $127,000, covered the cost of the project, and now it's generating energy for that facility.
I just wanted to emphasize how well you're working together, and all of this is pulling us up on the rankings, and most of all, helping individuals and saving energy.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Tom, I just want to commend you for all the work you're doing on these programs, because a lot of times the sustainability effort really kind of goes under the radar. There's so much attention on political races and our economy and the recession that those things are going to come and go, but the efforts that we're making right now at the sustainability programs are going to live forever, and they're part of the creation of our new city and our new way of doing things. So a lot of times, you don't get recognized for the things you do and the staff and the programs we're creating now to make a better future. So I just wanted to thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, Councilman. I have to, as much as I'd like to take credit for it, it's really the engine behind it is Marco Vallata, Lisa Spurgeon, and Jonathan Boyle. These guys are doing amazing work for the city.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Now you know what he does, right?
I still don't know what he does. He says everybody else is doing his work. Thank you very much. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Move to accept the report, please.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Wait. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
You were just getting up when I was about to introduce you. We have Gorn Mabey with us today. He's the troop leader with a group of 5 young men who are with Troop 373 of the Boy Scouts, and they're working on their citizenship badge in the community. So, fellas, why don't you come up to the mic here? I think Dr. Mabey was going to have you leave, but introduce yourselves so you'll be able to catch yourselves on TV. Why don't you come on down, tell us your name, where you go to school, and if you want to comment on what you've learned here today, that might stand you in good stead.
My name is Nick Norda, and I go to school at Mapleton Junior High in Utah.
Oh, you're from up in Utah. Okay. Did you learn anything here today? To stay in Utah? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot. Let's hear for the next fellow.
My name is Jacob Mabey. I'll be a freshman at Bonanza High School, and I learned a lot about the structure of the organization of your meetings.
Very good, thank you. That's very, very, very good.
My name's Andrew Fever. I'm in 8th grade at Johnson Junior High School here, and this is actually my first time actually being anything in the council. So it was pretty interesting, watching how you guys handle everything.
Very good. Thank you very much for being here.
My name's Chapin Hall. I'm going to Indian Hills Middle School in Draper, Utah.
Okay. Welcome to Las Vegas.
I'm Ian. I'm Chapin's brother, and I'm going to Alto High School in Utah. And I learned a lot about what Las Vegas is doing for environmental benefits and just long-term sustainability.
Very good. Thank you, fellas, for being here today, and thank you, Dr. Mabey. We appreciate it. Okay. Item 41 is a report and possible action for providing citizens mobile access for the submission of service requests, complaints, and inquiries for action by City of Las Vegas departments pertaining to all awards. Mr. Marcella?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Joseph Marcella, Director of Information Technologies. Continuing with the good news stories, and one housekeeping item. I don't know if anybody knows that today is Mark Vincent's birthday, so it's old forever. So if I can pick on anybody, I need to pick on him. He's the only other gray-haired we have. So. No, he's hiding in the back. He probably knew I was going to do this. Mayor and Council, I think we have something good to show you. Our community is changing. This economy has fostered some very new thinking. So the city is changing its approach to several services to meet community needs through citizen participation and involvement. And our city manager mentioned that before, as that part of the drive forward with the new city. Almost everyone out there is connected, leveraging that, and I mean connected with electronic devices, Mayor. The city has developed a mobile citizen service so that anyone with any browser-enabled mobile device who sees any problem anywhere can report it and track the results. We've been watching many of the mobile services evolve in the community, and we have put the best of these features into the City of Las Vegas mobile site. I'm pleased to ask Anthony Willis to provide an overview of what the city will be offering today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willis.
Thank you, Joe. I'm Anthony Willis, GIS Supervisor in the IT Department. What we're launching today, the IT guy can get the clicker to work. What we're launching today is a mobile site, as Joe said, the goal of which is to provide services to citizens when and where they want and need them. That is the shift in how we do things today. We're no longer in control of how that information, how those services sometimes are given to citizens. We have to provide it in their comfort zone, their space. The site is available to any Las Vegas Valley resident or visitor anywhere in the valley. And the initial feature we're going to be rolling out is to allow citizens to report problems in their community, things like graffiti, potholes, street lights that are out, those types of issues. As Joe said, anybody with any type of mobile device that has a web-enabled feature on it, has a web browser, can access the site. It is being launched today, and you'll be able to get to it by going to m.lasvegasnevada.gov. A little bit about how this works is actually in two simple steps. The first thing we're going to have them do is tell us where the problem is. And if it's not in the city, we're going to direct you to the right place to get help, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. Also, we want to know what the problem is. Once they've submitted that to us, we'll give them what we call a request number, which is basically a confirmation number, and they'll have an option to get a text message of that information, and I'll explain that a little bit later as well. In your mobile device, you go to your web browser, you either have this site bookmarked, or you can type in the m.lasvegasnevada.gov, as we have here. This is bookmarked, and you'll get our home page. You'll have two options there, one to report a problem, and two to check the status of a problem you may have previously reported. So if you click to report a problem, we give you two options to tell us where the problem is. One by giving a street address, or you can give us a cross street. So if we put in a street address that we know to be, say, in the county, this is the feature of us determining whether or not whether or not your problem is in the city. If it's in the county, we will give, and you click step 2, we'll give you a link to the county website, a phone number to call them, and other direct links to county services. These are links to services that we offer similarly on our site that you can report issues for. We provide this for every jurisdiction in the valley. So if you live in Henderson, Boulder City, North Las Vegas, we'll direct you to the appropriate location. So if we put in 400 Stewart Avenue and you click step 2, it'll verify that you are in the city. Now you get 4 options for 4 categories of types of problems you can report: business licensing and complaints, neighborhood problems, roads and sewers, signs, signals, and lighting. So if we scroll up and we click graffiti, you go down, you have an option to put in an extra information about where that graffiti may be, describe it a little bit more. You click submit. We will give you a confirmation that we've received your request and is being processed in our back office in our Hanson customer service system, provided direct to staff who can then act on it. Now, we give you, if you're driving and you can't write this number down, we give you an option to have this, to either bookmark this page or have this information text to you on your phone. So you'll receive a screen where you can put in your mobile phone number, a random number here, click AT&T as your service provider, send to phone, and you'll get a text message with the confirmation number and a link to check the status in the future. And this is what that text message looks like on your mobile device. We also provide you, if you have that number and want to go back and check the status of your problem, you can come to the site on your device, click Check Status, put your number in, click Submit, and you'll get information about what's been happening on that problem, has it been resolved, and sometimes comments from staff are put in those results. The road ahead for us is a couple of things. First, we want to migrate more city services that you can get on the website to the mobile device. We want to also leverage more common features that are involved in mobile devices that mobile users are used to seeing in their services, GPS and photos. We're planning on enabling this and opening our platform to other jurisdictions, other sites, third-party sites, where they can submit problems that we request problems to us directly into our system. And where there's an opportunity to provide specialized features and specialized services on special devices, such as iPhone apps, Android apps, we'll seek to do that in the future as well. I also want to, before we take any questions, this was a collaborative effort of a lot of teams in IT, e-government, GIS, the web team, and the PMO office. So I want to thank my teammates for their assistance in us getting this project launched.
I just wanted to give you one more reminder that the service is not limited to graffiti reporting. It doesn't require a special phone. There has no location restrictions. It's available to anybody and fully integrated with the city systems. We aren't first with this one, but we're the best.
All right. Because I'm challenged, as you know, Mr. Marcella, what's happening on the other side? In other words, you've told us how somebody driving around sees a problem, what they do. What do we as a city, what employees are being utilized to receive the message, and how is it processed after the message comes across?
Same systems we've always had in place, whether a phone call comes into the city or someone gives us a CRM, a customer relationship problem or concern that goes on our website, and it goes back into our systems, creates the work order, and goes back out to the same service people that were providing that information before. The only concern we have now is we've made it so convenient that we're going to be very busy.
Well, it's a good thing, though. It's, as Ms. Fretwell says, we have to start thinking in terms of using the new technologies to
Well, it helps not having somebody drive down to City Hall. It's very convenient when you see something that happens in the community, whether it's graffiti or a pothole. I reported a street light this morning myself. Actually, I think I'm first in the system. It can happen just then and right away, and we'll get that information so it's not forgotten, where someone doesn't have to find themselves a PC and remember to put it in later.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Marcello, you weren't texting while driving, right?
That was not, no.
Okay. Just want to make sure. And I bring that up because this is very important. This is although the program that you all have been able to create is cutting edge. I love it. I look forward to utilizing it with my Clean Ward 5 campaign that I established, which will provide residents now an opportunity to come directly into the system of the City of Las Vegas to report any trash, glass, debris, graffiti throughout their community. So this is a great help, whereas the residents will have an opportunity to take ownership of what's happening in and around their community, specifically from that, from an aesthetic standpoint. I do have a question in regards to your program and texting all of the information. Is there an opportunity with moving forward with the technology that you have to, at the push of a button, to send the information or to as far as the location of where the graffiti, for example, is taking place versus dialing in an address, because not all the time graffiti is at an address. It's on a wall on a major street and mid-block or in some peculiar area. Is there an opportunity from the GPS standpoint to basically submit I am here type location?
There's two options. Today, we have the cross street, so it gets you a little bit closer and some ability for the text. And I understand that's a little bit more cumbersome than having the phone being identified through GPS and then identifying that to our systems. Today, because we've got multiple devices involved rather than a single app to a single device, we have to know exactly how to access the GPS in any device. So that's just taking us a little bit more time, a little bit more genius from Anthony, and we'll get there as well. We should be able to, in the future, give the user a choice. Either they can put in the address or just choose the GPS to find it for you.
Right. And I'm just, thinking ahead with you all. I mean, you all are the experts in that software area, and I love it because it basically makes it that much user-friendly for those of us that, use it quite a bit, but also what it does is reduces the amount of time to type in the address, the phone number, the address, the location, the cross street, and unfortunately, a lot of us text while we drive, and so that's something that we need to, we need to support the movement of reporting the graffiti, but we also need to reduce the amount of time we spend on our cell phones while we're driving as well, specifically texting while driving.
But we agree. We think that's an option that we need to put in there in the future.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And great job, Anthony, and your entire team, Mr. Marcello.
We have tested it with several neighborhoods, and some neighbors do use it to walk their neighborhoods, and they're doing it while they're walking around using their phones. They were using paper and pencil before, and now, so they are getting a lot of, and they're not texting while driving, but they are getting some use out of that in the neighborhoods directly. We had several come in and do some testing for us. So.
Texting while walking is just as dangerous.
It can be.
Just to be clear, if let's say that somebody's at 2900 Rainbow, they take their cell phone and they dial. Tell me how you would do that exactly if you were a person.
It's real simple.
If we could just walk through it so I could convey the same thing to people who are walking in our area and looking for problems.
Anthony?
If you go to the mobile site, and we'll make sure the address is disseminated publicly again.
Say that. I couldn't hear you. What was that?
If you go to the mobile site, it's m.lasvegasnevada.gov on your mobile device.
And I'm assuming that lasvegasnevada.gov is spelled out in entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
It is.
Okay.
You go to that site, there'll be a link there to click to report a problem. They click that link, and all they have to do is put in the address of the problem.
And you're doing this with your regular phone?
Mm-hmm. Doing it on your phone.
On your regular phone that anybody has, that doesn't matter from which company or anything.
That is correct.
You push this, you write this out, okay.
Once you put the address in, we'll verify that address is in the city. And if it is, you get an option then to select what type of problem you see. So say you're at this corner, you see graffiti.
Right.
You can select graffiti and then describe it's on the corner block wall, it's blue paint, whatever you want to put in the text box, the description. Click submit, and that'll come directly into our customer service system, and somebody can act on it in the next few days. So they'll get it directly from that submit.
Yeah, that sounds very good. I know you'll be making it even better, but that does sound good. I wonder, do you have instructions that you give out, or do you count on us to give them out correctly?
There'll be instructions on the website. We believe that
on your website.
We believe that what we've put in the phone is very intuitive. What we did is, I don't remember exactly how many citizens we
about
had.
half a dozen, I think.
Half a dozen, and we called in, and we used almost every phone that's out there, and it sort of works the way anyone would expect it to. Falls into place.
Okay.
And then once
I think it's excellent what you're doing because, as Betsy's mentioned, and I know I've said many times in our area, that we won't succeed in keeping up the ambience of our neighborhoods if we don't all work together. And so bringing in the neighbors is wonderful, and this helps make it easier for the neighbors. So thank you very much for all your hard work.
And one note,
the councilwoman and myself suffer from the same malady, so
yes, that's
on
why.
Saturday morning we had to pick her up, and we're just going to drive around, and we're going to be texting our little heads off.
That's exactly.
Well, one note, Your Honor, the messaging that you're doing, it's all anonymous. Unless you give us your number to text you the information. One, we don't store that information, so none of that's stored here. And if you submit a problem without getting a text confirmation, we don't know who you are, so you are submitting anonymously for those neighbors that don't want their name or information tracked.
Some of them don't, so
Yes.
that's good too.
Mayor
One-
Goodman, real quick.
Yes.
Does this also include illegally parked vehicles on lawns? I mean, these are code enforcement type issues that residents can report.
It's all the same issues that are available in our customer relationship management systems today.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I just wanted to add one other note, is that this was entirely done in-house, so there wasn't any incremental cost involved. So
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? May I have a motion then to accept the report?
So moved, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 42 is a report by David Byerman, the Chief Government Liaison for the Nevada U.S. Census Bureau, regarding the Census 2010 efforts within the City of Las Vegas, Clark County, and the State of Nevada. This pertains to all wards, of course. Mr. Byerman.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. For the record, Dave Byerman with the U.S. Census Bureau. Here today for a final wrap-up presentation, a fairly brief presentation to tell you where we are right now in the process, and to thank you and to thank the City of Las Vegas for the role that you've played in what was a very successful campaign for us here in Nevada. On my drive down here this morning, I was actually thinking today is the 2-year anniversary of my hire to be the first person to work on the 2010 census here in the state of Nevada. My first task was to start building and ramping up our staffing. We eventually reached 6,200 people across the state of Nevada, and right now we're in the process of winding down. But all of you know that there's probably no state in the country that had more to gain from this process than we did here. So we tried to do some innovative things. We did a lot of very aggressive things in terms of getting the message out there. And we feel like we were highly successful at building a buzz about the census and getting people's attention. Let's see if I can advance this here. No. Okay. If we can move to the next slide, please. Where we are in the process right now, as you all know, after the census questionnaires were returned, we did have a process of non-response follow-up where we went out and knocked on doors for anybody who did not return the census questionnaire. Nevada as a whole had a very good response rate. Our response rate statewide was exactly the same in 2010 that it was in 2000. I'll talk about why that was a good outcome for us in just a moment. That non-response follow-up process ran through the end of June, and through that process, we believe we have reached now every household in the Las Vegas Valley and across the state. Beginning on July 1st and running for about 3 weeks, we did a process called Vacant Delete Check. This was a nationwide process, and here in Nevada, we had a lot more to gain from this process than most places, because in this process across the country, the Census Bureau goes back and double checks every single household that we've identified as vacant. Well, as you all can imagine, given the housing and foreclosure crisis that we face in the state, Nevada has a lot of those households that were reported as vacant. So we went back and double checked every single one of those households, ending about a week and a half ago. Right now, we are in the process of wrapping up our operations, thanking our partners, and by the end of September, by the end of the federal fiscal year, all of our operations here in Nevada will cease. Every single person who comes to work for the Census Bureau here in Nevada, from the very top to the very bottom, none of us are lifers. And so I find it very gratifying myself that we can find people from so many different walks of life who can take a year or two off of their careers and to spend their time trying to do this, which is certainly a public good for us here in Nevada. On December 31st of this year, it's sort of an annual or every 10-year tradition. The Director of the Census Bureau and the Secretary of Commerce will meet with the President in the Oval Office, present the national count, and that is the date that we will learn if Nevada did receive that 4th congressional seat as a result of this process. In the spring of next year, the governor and the majority and minority leaders of both the State Assembly and the State Senate will be presented the official reapportionment count, and that will be done on a census block, census tract basis, so that we will have the information needed to redistrict our state legislature and to reapportion the U.S. Congress. Next slide, please. Major accomplishments, what we've actually done in this state. We, as you all know, went out, one of my first tasks was to go out and to identify a source of funding for a statewide campaign that would really make the case to Nevadans as to why this was important here. Most states don't do this, but in Nevada, I sincerely believe the national campaign is not going to communicate to Nevadans. We have to make this campaign local. We have to make this relevant. And so we did that through the help of the Governor's Office, the Secretary of State's Office. You probably saw the Marbles campaign, the UFC campaign, the many different things that we did unique here to Nevada to get the message out as to why this was important. We built strong community partnerships, over 1,500 partners across the state, nonprofits, government agencies, private sector businesses, all working to help us, and especially focusing on those hard-to-enumerate populations, Hispanics, African Americans, Latinos, Asians, people who are less likely than the general population to return a census form. We really focused as much as we could on those populations. And we built an operational network statewide, 325 locations where people could drop by and pick up questionnaires and to get help on filling out their questionnaires. 400 Be Counted sites where people could pick out census questionnaires in 52 different languages. $3.5 million in-kind donations from all different sectors of Nevada. And a final march to the mailbox push. When we got down to the final weeks, we actually went neighborhood to neighborhood in those neighborhoods where we had problems and with our response rates. We focused in on those areas where we had a lower response rate, made sure we got participation from there. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to, we actually did an enumeration in several different processes. 90% of the population of the state was counted in what's called a mail-out, mail-back process. That is how the vast majority of people received a questionnaire in the mail, mailed it back in. 9%, mostly not here in the Las Vegas Valley, had their questionnaires dropped off where we don't have traditional mail delivery. And 1%, especially the Native American populations, we actually went out and conducted interviews without doing a questionnaire in the first place. We did have 4 local census offices here in Nevada, Henderson, Las Vegas, and North Las Vegas, serving this valley. Next slide, please. This is a very busy slide, but you have a physical copy of this. I only include this to show you the many different ways census data will be distributed out to the community beginning next spring. We will, first of all, fulfill our requirements to send the information to the state legislature for redistricting purposes. But I want you to focus in on the top right corner of this slide here. SF1, the summary file, will be sent out to states in June to August of 2011. For those of you who have business interests or are business people, or for anybody watching at home, this is where the action is at in terms of the census information that is going to be practical and useful for people in terms of community planning, in terms of helping us to understand how our community has changed. If you go to the next slide, please. The DP1, this is the main file in that SF1 file that will be going out next summer. But this really breaks it down. This is just an example from Denver, but this shows you the level of detail. All of the different responses that were a part of the census questionnaire will be tabulated. There will be cross tabs so you can figure out what proportion of African Americans, for example, fall into all these different categories. Many different ways for us to parse this data. And I know that many businesses use this information for planning, where they're going to expand their operations, how they're going to shift their operations. And your economic development team will be able to use this information as well to help sell Las Vegas and to help sell how this community has grown, changed, and developed over the course of the last 10 years. Next slide, please. So finally, I just want to conclude by saying, your support, the City of Las Vegas' support was instrumental. This is my second time doing the same job, as many of you probably know. 10 years ago, Tom Perigo was your point person. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know what he does today, but I can tell you that's what he did back then.
That's true.
Richard Wasmuth was my primary point of contact with the City of Las Vegas this time around. And David Riggleman was very, very helpful in terms of helping us to disseminate this information out through your communications avenues. We really had a great amount of support from the City of Las Vegas. We maximized the count for Nevada. As you all know, the stakes on this were tremendous. You talked repeatedly this morning about the dire financial straits the city is in. This is part of the solution, I hope, to those problems, because today, in 2010, you are receiving funding from many federal programs based on the population of Las Vegas in 2000. Beginning next year, we're going to have a chance to right that wrong and to get the funding that we deserve given the population growth we've experienced. Your help helped us to build that strong coalition across the state. We successfully recruited 6,200 people, and these are not permanent positions, but for many people, this helped to extend their unemployment benefits. You know, for many people who are on unemployment, if they're able to find employment for a period of time, that adds on to the back end of their unemployment. So this really helped provide a stimulus for the people of this city and also a stimulus for the economy of the state of Nevada, a tremendous number of new jobs for us. And finally, we did realize a high response rate. You know, I talked with Tom before today's meeting, and I understand there was some question when he briefed this council about how we did in 2010 versus 2000. I can tell you, in 2010, we were sailing into tremendous headwinds. We had a housing and foreclosure crisis that we knew was going to impact on the response rate. We had the aftermath of 9/11 still with us today, where the Patriot Act made people much less likely to trust the federal government to give that information. We had a population here in Nevada that was more transient than ever before, which creates new problems for us to count our population. There are 11 states in the Rocky Mountain region that we find ourselves in for the census. There were only 2 states that had the same response rate or better in 2010 as in 2000. Nevada was one of those 2 states. I am not usually in the business of saying that holding the line and keeping the same numbers is a success, but in this case, given the many obstacles that we faced, to be honest with you, that was our best case scenario, and we realized that best case scenario against long odds. So I am very happy with the progress that we made. In 2000, we had the best improvement in census response of any state in the country. I can't make that same claim in 2010, but I can tell you that the city of Las Vegas had a 70% response rate. That is as opposed to a statewide response rate of 69%, so the city was slightly above the statewide average. And I know, Councilman Wolfson, you asked this question specifically, and as a constituent of yours, I can tell you we had 4 census tracts out in the Sun City area that had over a 92% response rate. So, I mean, there were some parts of town where you're obviously always going to get good response rates. Our mission over the last 2 years has been to focus like a laser beam on those parts of town we knew we were going to have challenges in, to work with local community groups and community leaders. We did that, and we realized tremendous successes across the city of Las Vegas. With that, on the final slide here, I do have my contact information. I am on board with the Census Bureau through the end of September. If any of you have any questions, any comments, or would like to provide some feedback on how this process is played out, please feel free to email me or call me and to stay in touch, because I have sincerely enjoyed this opportunity to continue to serve the people of the state, and I've truly enjoyed the opportunity to work with this city, which has shown so much tremendous leadership in helping us to achieve a complete count. With that, I'll conclude, and have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Baggerman. Are there any questions, Councilor Wilson?
Yes, sir. Thank you. David, a couple things. Number one, thank you so much for all your hard work. You were great. You were at the town halls. You were on our Access City Council television shows. You were always out there in the community to answer questions. Because like you say, a lot of people really don't know what the census is and what it does, and should I answer these questions, and are they confidential? You did a great job.
Thank you.
Secondly, are you available in 2020?
If you'd asked me in 2000 if I'd be available in 2010, I would have said definitely not, because I had hoped to, find a permanent position. It just so happened to work out. The timing was perfect this time around, where I just happened to be available to do this job again. It's a labor of love for me, Councilman, because I sincerely see the stakes for our community. And as someone who's been involved in my community for many, many years, with 2 young children, I sincerely believe that the work that I did and the work that my team did over the last couple of years will have a tremendous impact on the quality of life for all of us as Nevadans for 10 years to come.
Any other comments or questions? When will the stats come out as far as population?
The total population for the state of Nevada will be released on December 31st of this year.
That'll be the first time.
And that'll be the first time. And then the population by census tract and by block will be released next spring as we get that information out to the state legislature for redistricting and reapportionment.
And you went to the University of Pennsylvania, is that
I
correct?
did, a fellow alum of yours, Mr.
Very
Mayor.
good. Did you go to college?
To graduate school, a master's in government administration from the Fell Center of Government. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I do have for the city this plaque to commemorate your leadership. I will give this to your city manager, and she will have at least 2 more years to figure out exactly who deserves to have this hanging in their office. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. 4 more years.
4 more years. Oh, well, 2 more additional years.
That's great. Very good. Thank you. And thank you for the report. Okay, item 43 is discussion and possible action regarding the consolidation reorganization report required in Assembly Bill 494, which was passed during the 2009 session of the Nevada Legislature. Mr. Pergo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tom Perigo, Deputy Director of Administrative Services, here to give you the final report on AB 494, and with me is Leanne Lee. Leanne did the bulk of the work on this project.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As you know, AB 494 was passed during the 2009 session. It requires the Board of County Commissioners in Clark County and Washoe County and the governing cities in those counties to submit a report on consolidation to the Legislative Council Bureau by September 1st. For the past 9 months, we have worked with other local governments to prepare this report. You've seen this report before. This is our 3rd presentation. We believe that it satisfies the legislative intent of the bill, and look forward to your review of it.
The final component of the report is the city's position on consolidation, and that's the last thing that we want to present to you and get your feedback on. What we've done in that section of the report is compiled what we've heard from you over this period and all the briefings, and essentially what it says is that we think that the city's position on consolidation is that there are a lot of opportunities to improve efficiencies, but that we need to take a measured approach in how we would consolidate services. And so that essentially is what that section of the report says. We've distributed a copy to all of you, and I know the mayor gave some specific feedback. The final thing is, if you approve it today or give us direction on making any changes to the report, the city section of the report, we will submit the final copy to the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition on August 19th, and then upon their approval, it will be forwarded to the Legislative Council Bureau to make the deadline of September 1st. With that, we'd be happy to answer questions.
Fine. I think the folks who prepared this report are entitled to public appreciation if you would tell us who they were.
Leanne Lee did, again, the majority of the work in the report on the city's position on consolidation. Of course, at Ted Olivas' direction, and Brian Knutson was a big part of that, preparing that as well.
I thought it was I didn't agree with it, but I feel it was a really first class product. The work product was excellent. Excellent. Okay, may I have a motion to accept?
Yes, Your Honor. One thing I have found out, though, today is that I finally figured out what Tom does.
What does he do, Mayor Ferdinand?
He has other people do his work.
I think you're right.
I'll make a motion to accept the report, sir.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, item 44 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of work card denial for Brandon Dial, doing business as Chef's Pantry Catering at 2215 Thomas W. Ryan Boulevard in Ward 4. Folks, come on up, please. If you'd be kind enough to identify yourselves on the record, and then we'll ask Mr. DiFiore to lead off.
My name is Donna Templeman, and I'm the co-owner of Chef's Pantry at Summit.
Very good.
I am Brandon Dial.
Okay. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Dial is here today as a result of a work card application that was denied by the Fingerprinting Bureau of the Metropolitan Police Department. Mr. Dial is going to be hired as a server at the Chef's Pantry, and as such, he is required to have a work card. Part of the code and part of the process that we have is he has the ability to appeal the denial, and during this appeal, he is going to give a presentation to the City Council as to why the council should consider overturning the denial by the Metropolitan Police Department. So I'll defer to Mr. Dial, and then I'll have a recommendation for the council following his presentation.
Okay, and Ms. Templeton, you are the owner of the business where Mr. Dial is attempting to gain employment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware of his prior issues?
Yes, we spoke about it. He had put it down immediately when he filled out the papers for the sheriff's card.
And notwithstanding that, you'd like to see him employed by your concern?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Dial.
Yes. I'd just like to thank the council for seeing me today and Donna Templeman for appearing with me and backing me. I feel that this denial should be reversed by the City Council because it's been 7 years since my prior convictions or charges were brought up. I feel that I've changed my ways drastically in these years. I've learned my lesson in regards to these charges and feel great remorse for what I've done. By issuance of this work card, I will have the opportunity to help support myself and my brother and his 2 sons who live with me. My brother is diagnosed with a rare inflammatory disorder called erythema nodosum and cannot work. In conclusion, I ask the City Council to look over this denial and take into consideration the time when these fraud charges occurred and that my employer is willing to support me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Ms. Templeman or Mr. Dial at this time? All right, Mr. DeFiore, what's your recommendation?
Well, I know under the circumstances, and I know that the council and also myself have been very approachable with regard to the support of the employer. My recommendation today would be a 6-month temporary site-specific work card with a review in 6 months, and I would like to request that Ms. Templeman come back and give us a report, so to speak, on Mr. Dial's progress during that 6-month period.
Thank you. And folks, if in fact the council supports the recommendation, are those terms agreeable with you? If in fact the council supports the recommendation by Mr. DeFiore, are you willing to come back 6 months?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, if there are no other questions, we'll turn to...
I'm sorry. With your permission, Councilman Anthony, just a couple questions. I know this is in your ward. Is this a restaurant that you will be working at as a server at?
It's a restaurant.
Okay. And is the address of the restaurant the Quiet Valley address?
No.
Okay. Is that your?
That's our business office.
Okay, that's your business
yeah.
office. The address is the
restaurant is 2215 Thomas W. Ryan Boulevard.
And then your last brush with the law was in 2003, sir?
In regards to fraud, yes. My last brush was in 2008 of a DUI charge.
Okay, here in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the 2003 case, that was a felony conviction, was it not?
Yes, sir.
You got probation?
Yes, sir.
How long were you on probation?
3 years.
And did you get an honorable discharge from that probation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since then, the only other incident has been a DUI
Yes.
a couple years ago.
Yes.
Okay. As a server, will you be handling credit cards?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that, ma'am, that his prior issues dealt with credit cards? His prior problems?
I was told that it was not had nothing to do with credit cards. It had to do with checks.
Okay. And maybe I misspoke, Mr. DeFiore. Were they checks or credit cards?
They were actually checks. The ID theft was not credit card related.
Okay, and I apologize then, I misspoke. But you're comfortable, based upon what you know, ma'am, about Brian's past, to give him a chance?
Well, Brendan has been working as a busboy, and the clients adore him, and he would like the opportunity to make more money. And our establishment is very family-owned. Either myself or my husband is there, and our ticket prices are not high that there would be any kind of problems. And we review each one that comes through.
Thank you, that's all.
All right. Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. When I first read the report, I was definitely concerned because these convictions were for fraud and forgery and identity theft, and you are going to be handling credit cards and debit cards, and that it's very common that identity theft occurs through credit card and debit cards and swipes. So I was very, very concerned about that, and I wasn't that inclined to give you the work card. However, I do know Ms. Templeton and her husband. I know they're serious business folks, and if they're going to put their faith in you, then I'm assuming that you're going to take care of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if they're vouching for you, I'm willing to give you a chance. And it was 7 years ago, and you look like a man that's going to do a good job for them and take care of business. And so I do want to put a plug in for your restaurant, though. The Chef's Pantry is at the top of Sun City, Summerlin, at the Eagle Crest Golf Course. It's got a beautiful view of the valley, and they have very good food. So take a drive up there and have lunch and have Mr. Dow serve you, and I think he'll do a good job for you. So my motion will be to accept staff's recommendation.
All right, very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
45 is discussion and possible action regarding creating the City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and adopting the bylaws thereof pertaining towards 1, 3, and 5. Mr. Arndt, is he to make the presentation?
Good morning, Mayor, members of Council. Bill Arndt, Director, Office of Business Development. This item is for creating a new board, the City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, and for adopting the bylaws. It's to establish this board. It's a 9-member committee. The members of the committee will be chosen to represent the community in certain interests, including business, real estate, development, homeowners, renters, educators, and representatives from each of the wards represented by the redevelopment area, which are wards 1, 3, and 5. The item is in order. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Yeah, Mr. Falls, staff's recommendation, please.
Thanks. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is the Audit Oversight Committee. The term of Michael W. Kern expires August 18, 2010. The term of Paul Workman expires August 18, 2010. And the term of Jose Troncoso expires August 18, 2010. I believe that I have to disclose that Mr. Kern does my accounting work and also has handled my campaign funds and reports. But I do not feel that that in any way affects my ability to be fair and impartial in this instance.
And I'm sure you're not doing him any favors by reappointing him to the audit committee.
No, it's a very aggravating committee. It's an important committee, but an aggravating committee. All right. At this time, I would move to
Mayor
reappoint.
Goodman?
Yes.
I also, too, would like to disclose that Mr. Kern handles my personal and campaign accounting. And so I believe as a disclosure, that wouldn't impede my ability to vote for him for the, in favor of him for the audit committee board.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to make a disclosure or has a need to? All right.
Goodman, I'm sorry, not a disclosure, but was your motion going to be to reappoint all 3 of the persons?
No.
Okay.
No, I was going to move to reappoint Mr. Kern, move to reappoint Mr. Workman, and to appoint Alan Karcher to the term that had been held by Mr. Troncoso. That would be my motion. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 47 is Bill number 2010-26, updates the zoning regulations to establish the use beer, wine, cooler cultural establishment, redefine the current use relating to private museums and art galleries to allow the sale of art, and amend the downtown centennial plan to allow certain outdoor events in the district known as 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-26, an ordinance to update the zoning regulations pertaining to certain cultural uses, establishing the use beer, wine, cooler cultural establishment, defining current use relating to private museums and art galleries to allow the sale of art, amending the downtown Centennial Plan to allow certain outdoor events in the downtown area known as 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District, and private matters relating thereto.
Thank you, Councilman. Do you have a motion?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 48 is Bill number 2010-27, adopts the Symphony Park Design Standards Manual and related design documents. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-27, an ordinance to update the Symphony Park Design Standards Manual and related design documents and to provide for other related matters.
Councilman, do you have a motion?
Move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 49 is Bill number 2010-28, adopts the safety and seismic safety element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-28, an ordinance to adopt the safety and seismic safety element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 50 is Bill number 2010-29, adopts the Historic Properties and Neighborhoods Preservation Plan element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-29, in order to adopt the Historic Properties and Neighborhoods Preservation Plan element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is Bill number 2010-30, revises and updates Chapter 14.17 of the Municipal Code relating to wastewater collection and treatment. Councilman Barlow, we'd like to have it read.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-30, in order to revise and update the Chapter 14.17 of the Municipal Code relating to wastewater collection and treatment and provide for other related matters.
All right. Thank you. Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 52 through 54, which are bills 2010-31 through 2010-33, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll move on to the new bills. New bills, items 55 through 58, bills 2010-34 through 2010-37 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, August 17th, 2010. Mr. Chervick, could you please read those bills?
I'd be happy to have Mr. Steve read them for you today, Your Honor. He came all the way down here to help me with the first part of the agenda, and I felt we ought to put him to use.
Okay, very good, Mr. Steve. We look forward to understanding the new bills.
Thank you. I shall read slowly. Bill number 2010-34, an ordinance to update the provisions regarding the on-site parking, storage, and repair of vehicles in residential districts and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2010-35, an ordinance relating to business licensing regulations, repealing certain outdoor advertising restrictions concerning hotels, motels, and other lodging establishments, repealing similar restrictions concerning wedding chapels, and providing for other related matters. Bill number 2010-36, an ordinance relating to the prohibition of alcoholic beverages in city parks except pursuant to a permit or other written authorization, repealing the prospective expiration of that prohibition and providing for other related matters. And Bill number 2010-37, an ordinance relating to the city's administrative code, amending the supplemental document to that code to adopt new fee tables applicable to permits, inspections, and other services performed in connection with the city's technical codes, and to make other permit-related adjustments and providing for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, will you be available on August 17th?
I will be.
Very good. And Councilman Anthony, will you be available August 17th?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Then the two of you gentlemen are assigned those bills for recommending, and we'll move on to item number 59. 59 is our next item, is to go into closed session to discuss annual performance reviews for the city attorney and the city auditor. May I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Following the closed-door session, the council meeting will be in recess. I'd say, I think we can get back here about 1 o'clock. I don't think it's going to be that long. So we'll get back here at 1 o'clock. All right, let's go into closed session now. Let's see. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Is Lois here? How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thanks. Yeah, well, it depends. Every time I say we do, it's... Yes.
Councilman Ross said if you want to go ahead and start with him, he's doing a quick interview outside, so he'll
Okay.
be right in right after.
All right, I think I will start. We have 4 of us here, 5 of us. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call our afternoon agenda. Item number 60 is any items from the afternoon session that the council... Pardon me? Well, we did obey that, but it's not... Here we go. You're right, but in my book this turn. All right, thank you. Item 13, discussion and possible action to adjust the compensation for City Attorney Bradford R. Jervik. We're reconvening the August 4th, 2010 City Council meeting, and these items, 13 and 14, which were trailed from this morning, will be considered at this point in time. Mr. Jervik, as you know, we met in closed personnel session, and you made your presentation as far as your accomplishments, and you were very modest in them. It was a rough year for you. There's no question about that, and we appreciate it. And I think that the council would like to thank you at this time for your presentation to us, and the fact that when you said it's nice to work with us, it's reciprocal, of course, and it's a very good symbiotic relationship that we all feel that when we ask advice from our city attorney, the advice is sound advice. It's advice that's given not only with a strong foundation as far as a legal perspective, but also taking into consideration the individual needs of the folks who are asking you for that advice. So with that, I'm happy to have any of the other council members make a comment, and then I'll make a motion.
Your Honor, if I could?
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Brad publicly. It's really, really hard sometimes when you make your decisions and you're just kind of wondering whether you're on the right side or the wrong side. And when you call your city attorney and you ask him some advice, he's always got time to sit down with you and give you what he thinks you need to do. And I've always appreciated that. Brad, sometimes when you call him, his cell phone's off, but he always returns your calls, and I've always appreciated that too, Brad. So it's been fun working with you, and I think that through your help, we've accomplished a lot in the last year, and I just look forward to working with you this next year. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Brad, this is your 18th year with the City of Las Vegas?
18 years on Sunday.
18 years, and you're an attorney, obviously, and you do a great job for us. A lot of the work that is done by your staff members go unnoticed. You have a whole criminal division, which is in charge of prosecuting misdemeanor cases in our Las Vegas Municipal Court, and we don't get involved in too many of the misdemeanor work, so there's a lot of really good people that you oversee that do a great job down there. And I know that as an attorney with the city for 18 years, and you were a prosecutor before that. You were in the district attorney's office, and you were in the strike force of the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task
Okay,
Force.
so you've been
No such thing as organized crime.
You've been a lawyer for how long now, Brad?
Oh, gosh, 25 years.
Okay. Well, I know that as a lawyer for 25 years, if you went out into the private sector tomorrow, you could triple your income. Because I know of the caliber of a lawyer that you are and the abilities that you have. But you're choosing to stay with the city. And I want to thank you for that because you do great work for us. I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Well, for starters, I wish Councilman Wilson would not have informed Brad Gerbert that he can get out and make triple the amount of money.
Councilman, he knows it. He knows it.
You know, being that he's not going to receive an increase, but we do really appreciate your years of service here at the city. As I mentioned to you before, I first met you in 1995, 1996, and that was way before I even started working for the city. And I've been now at the city this December. It will be 11 years, which I can't believe. It's like a flash before my very own eyes. And you've always been upstanding. You've always been honest and truthful. You never played politics. You pretty much gave it the way it is and allowed those that I've seen you communicate with the opportunity to make the decision whether or not they want to go left or go right. But you have always presented the case right down the middle, and I've always appreciated that about you, and look forward to continue to work with you, and please don't go anywhere anytime soon, specifically with that opportunity of making triple the amount of money in which you're making right now. But if you're smart and the opportunity presented itself, I wouldn't be mad at you at the same time. Thanks, Brad.
Okay, anybody else? All right, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that I concur with my associates that have stated all those nice things about you, and I have appreciated all the help you've given to us in our ward. We have some interesting cases at times and situations, and I know that you have gone out sometimes 10 o'clock at night to check out areas that have been causing a problem, and you've always been so quick to respond to us, and I thank you very much.
All right, with that, I'd like to just comment that it's great when an attorney loves coming to work in the morning. There's a very few experiences that are more satisfying than to be able to accomplish something, particularly when you're doing it as a public servant. I'd like to give you a big raise because in the past you voluntarily have taken actually reductions in salary because of circumstances that you believe were appropriate at the time because of the city's financial situation, and we've given you certain benefits, even though you said you're not requesting them. You deserve them, and that's the heartbreaking fact about much of what we're doing today, because the folks who work for the city are good public servants, and they deserve to be properly compensated. We're not in that position, though, and the most I could do at this time is move that you accept our thanks for the great job that you're doing, and hopefully in the future, when we come out of this morass, we'll be able to remember this and take that into consideration. So my motion is to thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
Sorry, before you vote on that motion,
Yes.
I do want to say something for the record. And Councilman Wilson said it earlier. We have a criminal division that people don't ever think about because they mainly see us down here at the council meeting. They see the civil side of the office, and there are two people in particular I really want to thank because really the honest to God truth is all the credit goes to them, and they make me look good. One is Ben Little, who I've worked with since the U.S. Attorney's Office days, who's like a brother to me and one of the finest attorneys I've worked with, who's run our criminal division with a lot of class and honesty, and he does right by the citizens. And the other one is sitting right next to Councilman Anthony, and that's Brian Scott. I really thank God for the day Brian came in and talked to us about working for the city attorney's office. You have no idea what a heavy load this guy lifts every day. He truly runs the office. Everybody in the office has just a tremendous amount of respect for him. And between his legal intellect and his just common sense, is able to move mountains. And Brian, I want to thank you publicly for everything that you've done for the office and for me.
Thank you very much. All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you, Brad. All right. right, the next action is discussion and possible action to adjust the compensation for City Auditor Radford K. Snelding. Mr. Snelding? Once again, we met with Mr. Snelding and closed a personnel session, and Mr. Snelding reported as to his progress over this past year. He does an extraordinary job on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. He's basically our moral conscience, whereas our auditor, as our internal auditor, he goes into areas that in the past have not been explored, and he has found on occasion darkness in those areas and brought them to light, and has basically changed the culture of the way the city evaluates itself with introspection and honesty. And once again, the motion is going to be along the same lines, and I'm sure others may have something to say. We're just not in a financial position to reward you as you should be rewarded. We know that you're certainly entitled to additional compensation in not only a monetary sense, but in other benefits, but in an attempt to set an example. We believe that it would be appropriate this time to thank you, and that's going to be my motion. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, hopefully I expressed the way we feel about you. We're very appreciative of you, Rad. We really are. You work hard, and you're fearless, and you bring light to the system, and I can't think of anything more important than that. So my motion is...
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I did want to say something, and I just wanted to say that I think he represents the moral balance that we have, and I think that he spends an extremely extreme amount of energy and effort to make sure that he does everything as well as he can, and he's like a silent entity out there that's keeping us in that balance of what's supposed to be good and right, and greatly appreciate all that.
Okay, with that, let's vote, please. Opposed? All right, motion carries with our thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, item 60 is any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
As far as I can see, Mayor, there isn't any.
All right.
Council members, are there any items we need to bring forward? Seeing none, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Item 61 is a hearing and possible action to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice in order to comply, located at 4561 East Bonanza Road. The property owner is Hector Camacho, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 9, dealing with nuisances. A nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 9.04.010, dealing with nuisances. City of Las Vegas Fire Code Ordinance 5667, 19.04.010, auto repair major, 19.04.010 auto repair minor, 19.14.030 prohibited signs, 19.14.090 special event signs, 9.040.10 zoning violations, 9.04.010 illegal businesses, 9.04.010 C litter container placement, 9.08.210, mandatory service and uniform administrative code, 301.1, permits required. A copy of the notice was also placed on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the nuisance notice in order to comply filed by Hector Camacho. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the nuisance notice in order to comply.
All right, thank you. Mr. Camacho, would you identify yourself for the record?
Yes,
also?
my name is Hector Camacho,
And the gentleman?
1501 South Maryland Parkway.
And the
Before
gentleman standing with you.
I want to present something for our public records, that way you can get it, and because I'm going to ask him for the continuous.
Fine. If the gentleman would please identify yourself.
My name is Chalo Castillo
Okay, and are you here
with Hector.
with Mr. Camacho?
Yes.
All right, very good. Mr. Camacho, you want us to consider a document?
Yes, please.
All right, why don't you pass it to the clerk, and then the clerk will hand it to me, and I'll make sure that everybody gets to see it.
Actually, I don't know what it says, but
Okay, well, I'm going to figure this one out.
both of you.
Okay, is Mr. Ian Christofferson present?
You don't have any stuff.
No, it's not. It's not a present because he told me what we don't got the right document to represent ourselves today. That's the reason he's not here.
Well, I'm certainly going to get this to you, Brad.
Sorry, I'll try and read along with you.
The attorney, Mr. Steele, they got copies yesterday.
Okay, let me read this.
Mayor, if you'd like, I received it on my chair this morning. Mr. Christofferson faxed it to us late last night. I can give you a quick summary of it. It really isn't applicable to this hearing today.
All right,
but if you want a chance to look at it, we can wait.
Yeah, let me look at it, please. Keep them in order so we don't foul this thing up. How about this? Okay. All right. I've read it. The city attorney is reading it. I'm going to get this down to him.
I've had a chance to read it, Your Honor, and I've talked with Mr. Still about it. We can respond to it now if you'd like.
All right, let me get the document in front of you, please. And that document will be considered filed. As soon as we're through with it, we'll file it with the clerk. All right, Mr. Jervik or Mr. Still?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. This appears to be a complaint that the city has not complied with the public records law in the state of Nevada as articulated in NRS 239. It, one, doesn't really have anything to do with this hearing unless you think that he has been deprived of documents that he might have used to defend himself or to would be raised in appeal. I've talked to Mr. Still. He's had an opportunity to review this. He informs me that we have produced every document that has been requested, over 300 pages of public documents. I'm sorry.
Just so the record's clear, the Neighborhood Services made 300 pages of documents available to Mr. Camacho. He didn't want to pay the $1 a page, so he came in and he sorted through them and he took 35 or 40 of them. That's what he got. He made a request to the fire department. The fire department issues in the notice and order, which is what you're here to discuss today. There are no fire department issues outstanding at the property currently, so there's no need for those documents. The request was made to the fire department late last week. They've written a letter. I saw the letter to them instructing Mr. Camacho what he would need to do to get those records. But again, those records don't have anything to do with the appeal today. The final portion of the notice and order that the records request may relate to is a request for records from the Business Licensing Department. I talked to Mr. DiFiore earlier today. He received that yesterday and has reviewed it. They have no records. He just hasn't had a chance to write him a letter and say, we don't have any of these records that you're requesting. So that is the sum and substance of the records request that Mr. Camacho has made and that the city has responded to.
Okay, well, my recollection is that Mr. Camacho appeared in front of us at the last council meeting or the council meeting before that and indicated that he had a health problem, that he wasn't prepared to go forward at that time. He asked the Mayor Pro Tem for a motion to obey this until a later date. The Mayor Pro Tem indicated that there would be no more continuances. Yesterday, Mr. Camacho filed a document making certain requests. The city attorney has indicated that all the requested documents either have been provided, made available, or did not exist, so we're going forward.
That's not true.
It's not true?
They give it, no, that's not true because
I'm
that's
a
the
liar,
reason.
then.
I don't have the proper document to defend myself. Okay.
Make your record.
Let me finish. Fire department called me, but Deputy Chief Bell called me, but hour and a half ago.
Your Honor, I really don't mind holding this in abeyance as long as all business ceases and desists at this location as of at 6 o'clock tonight. Until we get this settled, there'll be no more business operating at this location.
What do you mean no more business operator? I got license. Okay, you.
Well,
Let me read what I hear. I had an attorney to obtain document necessary to contest this alleged violation. On the NRS Chapter 2391, I made a request for document which would not responded in an application to have that document produced. It been filed with the district court. Until such time, I cannot adequately defend myself, and to proceed today will violate my duty to process right and continue the harassment by the city of Las Vegas. I intend the city council does not wish to further such harassment and has interest in seeing this matter to be resolved. I request this matter to be continued after the document been produced, because I got an attorney. Fire department, if you let me, fire department hour and a half ago, he called me, he produced the document, and he's going to give me the 6. If you can call Chief Bell, he sent me an email. I don't have a printer in the house, that way I can, and he still, Mr. DiFiore, he got documents to produce. If he not produce it, we're going to give me the chance to ask the judge to ask him for the document. Because I don't think it'd be fair, because the place you tell me to be closed, I apply for business license, and if we want to continue, it's fine. You violated my right, Mr.
We're not here to discuss the business license. We're here to discuss, I think it's Les, an appeal regarding nuisance notice and order to comply.
Your Honor, if I may, I just want to read something into the record. These are the things that we're asking. This is a property that we've had 11 previous cases on. And every time we go out there, it's the same thing. They're doing major auto repair when it's not allowed. They're selling cars out of there, which is not allowed. They're painting vehicles, which is not allowed. I'm just going to read into the record a list of the things that we're asking them to do. And if the mayor and council feels that any of this is unreasonable,
how do you get? Let me decide. How do you can let the person I accuse him for fraud? Okay, I accuse this man for fraud, and I still waiting for the investigation.
In 11 years, you could be the first guy. So. Don't make me do it. Let him finish, and then we'll hear you.
Okay. Currently, there is, as of yesterday, I've been told that there was a construction dumpster on site. We're asking for that to be removed. Per Republic Services, a minimum service would be a 3-yard bin picked up 5 times a week. Right now, he has a 32-gallon trash can there for all those businesses. If it's not sufficient, then a larger bin would be required. All vehicles on site for repair would be placed inside the business bays or enclosed within a screen enclosure if need to keep the vehicles overnight would occur. Only units housing property licensed major auto repair businesses would be allowed to keep vehicles for repair overnight. All vehicles would need to be removed until enclosure is approved and complete. Remove all stored vehicles from the site immediately. Trash enclosure repaired within 30 days. A TSP for all unpermitted signage and outdoor storage, and removal of all displays and signage until removed. Clean the landscape and maintain at all times. Replace all landscape as approved per the site plan review. Remove all graffiti on site and maintain. Remove the motorhomes and trailers from site. Discontinue conducting major auto repair on site unless the work is being done by a property licensed major auto repair facility. Discontinue all paint and auto body repair on site. Remove all listed vehicles for sale and discontinue this practice. Must maintain compliance with the Fire and Sprinkler Maintenance and Control Center. Must maintain all required business licenses for all businesses on site. Direct Mr. Camacho to pay all outstanding inspections and associated fees in the amount of $4,470 plus interest and or late charges. Consider mandating a third-party property manager if the owner cannot continue to maintain order on this site, and then we would ask for a 60-day review by staff to see that all fees and compliance is brought into necessary compliance. All we're asking him to do is operate his business as the City of Las Vegas requires any other business owner within the City of Las Vegas to do.
All right, Mr. Camacho, your turn.
Okay. I'm ready 50% to defend myself, but if you want to move in this one to the end, that way I can call the attorney, can come over, because I don't got the documents. He closed me 2 places and applied for a license in 2009. I produced to you, personally to you, and I give a copy to every single city council. In April 2009, I applied for business license. I got certificate occupancy. I got everything they asked me for that one. I still don't have no answer, and they keep on finding. And I don't think that can be a fair thing to you to not let me continue to get the authority.
This has nothing to do with the business
I
license.
understand.
No, Suite 130 and 140. I applied for business license. I still wait for the business license.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I can respond to that.
Wait. This is not going to be a shooting match between the two of you. We're talking about a nuisance here.
Correct.
We're not talking about a business license. That's a separate issue now.
No, it's under that one, because he locked me down the day he initially.
Don't argue with me.
Okay.
Don't argue with me. I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any problem if we put this two items later so we could call an attorney and see whether an attorney's going to show up for him?
I would just ask, why isn't the attorney here now?
I don't know. I'd like to ask the attorney that, but I can't do it without the attorney being here.
That's fine.
All right, fine.
You
better call your attorney, because I'm going to call this back in about 15 minutes at the very latest. If he's not here, we're going forward.
Yeah, but in 15 minutes he can't be here.
He better be here. Tell him the mayor said 15 minutes. And if he doesn't like it, take me to court. Okay, next.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask, is there any connection between what he's talking about with business license and what we're considering today the nuisance?
No. The only
Okay.
connection was that he was operating businesses there without proper licensing, so business license and code enforcement gave him a cease and desist, telling him no longer can he operate these businesses
But
until they
you
get
were
properly
code
licensed.
enforcement, and you were talking about code enforcement issues, which is not his license. It's not the business license. He's something different.
No, I applied for my
I wanna
license.
do it.
He closed me down.
Councilwoman,
I understand.
let's give him 15 minutes to get your lawyer here. We're going to call the next item. Item 62 is hearing and possible action. And Madam Clerk, let me know when 15 minutes are up, because I'm going to keep my word on this. Hearing and possible action regarding review of compliance with City Council's decision concerning payment to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1309 North 22nd Street in the amount of $6,973.30 and assessed $50,000 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Saro Malikian, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Malikian, here? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Just for the record, this, again, was a case that was heard at the April 7th, 2010 meeting. Mayor Pro Tem approved and assessed $6,973.30 and requested the item be brought back in 90 days to assess civil penalties and the amount of $50,000 if payments were not made. To date, no payments have been made. The last conversation with the property real estate agent is that the house fell out of escrow and is working with a new buyer. Staff has contacted the property owner, realtor, and once again, the house is open and accessible. The recommendation is that the City Council consider assessing civil penalties in the amount of $50,000.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor.
All right. That's a motion. Did you want to be heard on that? It is a public hearing.
Thank you, Todd Farrell. I just want to know, is the owner a bank?
No. Apparently, it's an individual. Okay. Let's vote on the motion. Opposed? Motion carries. Items 63 is on the consent agenda. It's considered to be routine.
Your Honor, I would like to move that to be held in advancement for 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's vote on that.
Pardon? Yes.
That's the motion. Okay. All right, item 64 is SDR 37946, Site Development Plan Review. Public hearing. The applicant is Resort Gaming Group, LLC. The owner is 220 North 4th Street, LV, LLC, et al. Request for site development plan review for proposed facade modifications and the addition of a service yard, a porte cochere, a service parking lot, and a 25-foot addition on the roof of an existing hotel casino with waivers of downtown Centennial Plan streetscape, utility and parking lot landscaping and screening requirements on 3.94 acres at 220 North 4th Street. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem. Todd Kessler, 206 North 3rd Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. On behalf of the applicant, Resort Gaming Group. First of all, let me say how excited I am to be here today to present this site development review to you. It's been a long process that we've been involved with for over 7 years. And we would not be here today without the hard work of the dedicated staff of the City of Las Vegas. That goes all the way from the City Attorney's Office down to planning and Margot's office. They've been intricately involved in the entire process from its inception. For the record, we accept all the conditions of staff at this time and look forward to beginning the renovations. What I want the council to know is that, based on the challenging conditions of the current environment, it took us a while to figure out the best way to program this hotel casino and to put it forward in the marketplace. And we're here today to show you that. We made a commitment to the city a long time ago, and we're here today to basically honor that commitment. And so I want to take with you and show you a few of the highlights of the development at this time.
Thank you.
Just put up a board for you. This is a good overview of just the general site plan and some of the elevations that will be done on the property. The hotel casino is going to consist of approximately 634 rooms. We'll have a new casino floor. We'll have many new retail eateries that will have various price points representing various different cuisines. And it's our intention to bring 3rd Street to life, to bring the urban core downtown to life, and to help the Ma Museum in its successful efforts in its launching in a year from now. Part of our redevelopment, if you would, consists of adding a pool deck. On that pool deck, we have some additional new meeting space that's going on there. It'll be a very good place for social events as well as convention space. Additionally, we've done a lot of traffic studies to find the best way to help alleviate some of the traffic concerns of downtown. We've put in a large porte cochere over here to the east side of the property, and that's a thing that you'll see at many of the other large strip casinos. That allows for valet traffic, cabs, and other cars that are coming into the casino to be operated in an efficient manner, as well as and the ability to have a destination point for buses and so forth. One of the things that we took into consideration based on staff's recommendations was to help minimize the visualization of the bridge. And so I'm going to show you another shot right now that has a couple of pictures on it. The picture on the right here is the existing conditions as they are today. As you can see, we have a large parapet and a soffit above and top of, on top and bottom of the bridge. We're going to be, of course, trimming, and you can see the new shot of what the bridge will look like. What we've done is basically trimmed and removed the parapet and the soffit and taken it to its most minimal dimensions, as well as changed the glass system to a clear glass system so it'll allow for a see-through visibility. And as you can see from our rendering, it allows a lot more of the Mob Museum or the old post office or federal courthouse to be seen. And again, we took the recommendations of staff and embraced them and did the best that we could to help do that. I think our architects came up with some very good plans to do that, and I believe that we've accomplished that with this proposal. We've also modernized our loading zones to allow for a better flow of our deliveries. Before they used to back up onto Stewart. Given the Mob Museum, we've known that we couldn't do that, so that was one of our other big improvements, as well as a central plant that allows us to operate the mechanical aspects of the casino in a much more efficient manner, specifically given today's environmental issues. We've had, at our planning meeting, we were asked to sit down with the people that own the pawn shop, which is Howard Bach, and we've come to an agreement with him. We're very close to finalizing that agreement, so we've been able to make and appease him. His lawyer couldn't be here today, but he did ask that I indicate that we are very close to our agreement. We're in the third version of our drafts, and so we're just redlining, and the only thing we're arguing over is indemnity, so I believe we'll be very close to finalizing that agreement. That's one of the conditions of the approval. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm still concerned. It's more of a comment than a question. I'm still concerned about the bridge because I don't want anything to detract from the visibility of the Mob Museum. And I can't tell from the rendering whether or not this accomplishes that. I really would like to go out there with you and Councilman Barlow and take a look at to see how this is really going to play out. I appreciate the clear glass where you can see through it, but if it blocks a substantial portion of the Mob Museum from public viewing, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board unless the staff can impress me to the point that I back off that.
Yeah, and again, it has structural steel within it, and we've taken it down to its structural steel. So that's all that's left, and it's going to be done in a patina finish that matches similar to some of the architectural elements of the post office or Mob Museum.
We'll have to see it. Mr. Jervik or Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
In voting today, am I giving my stamp of approval that I am satisfied with the bridge?
You're giving your stamp of approval on the plans that have been sent to the planning department.
No. I'm going to ask Councilman Barlow to obey it for 2 weeks so we can go and take a look at it, Council.
Mayor, I would like to know from the development group if in fact that would hinder any of their financial plans prior to making that decision. So if you all can provide us a level of understanding in that respect, that would be helpful prior to making the decision to obey it for the next 2 weeks.
Sure. Mayor, council members, Andrew Donner for the record, owner of Resort Gaming Group. In specific response to your questions about the bridge, we have worked for a long time. There are only certain things that we can and cannot do. Unfortunately, when we acquired the property, that bridge has been there. We certainly acknowledge the sensitivity with the investment that this city is making on that Mob Museum, and we have a vested interest for the success of that museum as well. We have worked a long time with staff, as well as our architects, to take the bridge into its most minimalistic place that we can take it. At the end of the day, Mayor, there's no way to disguise what exists, and what exists is a bridge. We can't reduce it any further than it is. It's unfortunate that that's the only connectivity between the two towers, and unfortunately, it's something that we all have to live with today. I'm not sure, respectfully, what the 2 weeks abeyance does for you because...
Well, maybe nothing.
Well...
And then I'll vote against it.
I appreciate that.
I'm hoping that I'll be impressed that it's going to work because, with all due respect, Mr. Donner, this is not the first time we're having this discussion. This discussion was had the moment we began to negotiate with, not necessarily you, but folks from CIM regarding the bridge and the effect it would have on the mob use. And this comes as no surprise to anybody. This is a matter of great importance to me that I feel very comfortable that there will be great visibility. And if it can't take place, then we're going to have a further discussion from my perspective. The question that Councilman Barlow asked was this.
Yes.
Not whether 2 weeks is going to do me any good, but is 2 weeks going to be an impediment to you as far as financing?
The candid answer to that is no.
Okay. That's the answer, Councilman.
I do have a question for you, Mayor.
Sure.
Okay.
And Councilman. What is it that we are what is it that we can do or to provide you and or this council with that's going to make you feel more comfortable than what we've provided you with today? And let me finish, sir.
Sure.
Until something is built, the only thing that we can render opinions on is a picture itself. I'm not sure. I want to make sure that we meet your expectations. And certainly 2 weeks is not going to impact our financing, but I want to understand what those expectations are for the 2 weeks so we can at least try to fulfill those.
Fine. Well, basically, it's my comfort level as far as visibility with the renderings that you have, if I have to rely on them to go out there and visualize what this is going to look like. And in answer to your other question was maybe we take it down.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
There's an option that I would like to present. One, thank you for sharing the fact that it wouldn't impact your financing. So moving forward with a 2 week abeyance wouldn't be an issue. However, we do have the opportunity of moving forward with this item with the exception of the bridge, and we can bring the bridge back in 2 weeks.
I have no problem with that.
Is that something that you would consider?
You can't do that?
No,
Yes.
because it's all one building, or it's all one project, so that'd be kind of hard.
If I may,
Well, let me ask the director of planning, Margot. What are your thoughts in regards to this?
if I may, we have done on other projects where there's a detail that requires further review. We could require a separate administrative site plan review on the detail, the architectural detail of the bridge that would be, of course, at the risk of the applicant, that they would still have to obtain that approval, or, as you say, Mayor, then they would not have the approval to move forward with the bridge remaining there. And we have done that on tower elements or other such features, so that is an option. Or, of course, you have the option of obeying the entire project.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes,
with
Councilman.
Councilman Barlow's permission as well, since you're discussing this. Mr. Kessler, Mr. Donner, your architect, I think, has done a fabulous job trying to disguise this. Is he with us today? We can talk about this for a minute. Because I want to ask particular questions about looking at this photograph or this rendition, the structure above. How much of that can go away? I mean, are we looking at a facade that can just disappear, or where are we at? Are you prepared to answer that question?
Well, I don't know if it's, I mean, I think it's difficult to design on the spot. I think from ownership's perspective, we're extremely sensitive to the mayor and this council. And to the extent that we can work further on the specific rendering of this bridge in order to make it, for lack of a better term, more palatable, or whatever we can do to satisfy or enhance the Mob Museum, we certainly want to do that.
Well, and that's important, Mayor, because, and let me say why. It's a bridge. You said it. And I've got to tell you, I think that, and you know, I'm concerned about the Mob Museum myself, but I think once this promenade is built and that bridge is designed in a certain way, I think it actually may add a little more texture and nuance to that entire street walking towards the Mob Museum. I think you can do that in a way that enhances that mob museum, plus does what you needed to do on that street. So I'm actually kind of excited about this. It is a bridge, and being in construction, that's why I asked you that. I know the details and the facets that go into this. How can you really minimize that thing so it does appease the mayor's concerns? I'm less concerned about it because I think it's going to work.
I think what's important for the mayor and this council to understand, we're not steadfast in this design. And to the extent through working on this specific aspect of the project that we can make changes that that satisfy you more, we're certainly willing to do that.
Well, there's nobody more anxious to have this project built than myself. I think, well, maybe Ms. Dell, but I just don't feel comfortable at this point. I want to go out there and look at it. I had not seen this rendering.
Let me just answer Councilman Ross's question. I know that I can't speak on their behalf because they're not here, everyone, but we've done everything we can to structurally minimize it, to do it so it still fits its purpose of a bridge. And then we put our architects with that charge. You must do everything you can structurally to minimize the viewing aspects, the blocking aspects of that bridge.
What I would like to do, I'll hear from Ms. Dell, but basically what I'd like to do, if I had my druthers, I'd like to get 2 weeks to take a look, to talk with you out there, with the architect out there, and really have an understanding and a comfort level. Because if Councilman Ross is right that this makes it more interesting, I'm not going to be recalcitrant. I'm going to do what's best for the city. But right now, I just don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, Mayor, respectfully, what I would request is that you reconsider your position to accept Margot's recommendation and look at the other aspects of the project for rendering a decision today and then working with you over the next 2 weeks on the bridge.
I have no problem with that.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Could I ask a question? What was your reason for not being able to move the bridge up to another floor or higher so it wouldn't block view?
There's multiple issues. There's structural issues as well as there's financing issues.
Well, I noticed that you had put the area where you have the pool now. Was that in what you were considering even at that time?
In fact, the original owner, Andy Tompkins, when he built the low-rise of the casino, actually at one time had contemplated a tower above that low-rise building. And there's enough structural steel support in there, although outdated and would need to be updated. There's enough structural steel and support in there to actually contemplate a new tower.
Well, I was just thinking that you might have been able to move it up, and you're saying there are multiple problems. If we do everything else except this one aspect, we'll be able to get into further the multiple problems. Right?
Councilwoman, we spent a lot of time. This was not a design that was contemplated in the last couple of weeks or couple of months. It's been several years, and several different architects looking at it, both studying from the cost perspective, design perspective, people flowing through the property perspective, and taking into consideration certainly the Mob Museum. We've put forth our best effort with working with staff on that. To the extent that the mayor and additional council members want to get more comfortable with it, then again, as we said, we're not steadfast in this design. We are steadfast that the bridge has to stay where it is.
Okay, Ms. Dell?
Michelle Dell. I own Hogs and Heifer Saloon, and I am actually the only tenant on 3rd Street that is not part of the ownership of the block or does not own property on the block. I came to Las Vegas at the behest of the Department of Small Business Services and was approached to come to downtown Las Vegas to bring my business that I've operated another business, Hogs and Heifer Saloon, in New York City for 18 years. 6 years later, I am still the only tenant on the block. When I came to the block, there was a functioning operating casino. Business was very quickly on the rise. We were well on our way to meeting the above and over the numbers that we had projected for our first year of business. In January of 2006, the Lady Luck closed, and those numbers dropped enormously immediately. And we have been struggling ever since. I run a lean, mean business. I work 6 and 7 days a week. After 6 years here, I should be having a business that functions and operates without me present at this juncture. But due to the lack of this large project across the street, I have no choice but to continue to be here and hand mold and work my business through guerrilla advertising, constant events, trying to keep attention on the block, trying to keep business coming through my doors. As I stand here today, I'm still looking at 2 years potentially down the road before this project, if it were to be approved today, actually is open, functioning, and operating. I can assure you I live, sleep, eat, and breathe 3rd Street. I'm on that block every single day, almost of my life. My business operates 365 days a year. We open at 1 in the morning. We're open until 4 a.m. We open at 1 in the afternoon. We're open until 4 a.m. I can stand on the corner of 3rd and Ogden, and I have no problem seeing the post office, the former post office, soon to be the Mob Museum, from the corner of that street. The bridge as it is now doesn't impede my view. What impedes the view of 3rd Street more than anything is Fremont Street. The 3rd Street, I don't know what it's called, promenade that comes off of Fremont Street is the staging area for almost every single event that takes place on 3rd Street between the Four Queens and the Fitzgerald. They use it for dumpsters. They use it for staging equipment. On New Year's Eve, they put a gigantic green fence up that goes way up so that you can't see off of Fremont Street. And in my opinion, those are the issues that will impede vision and view of the Mob Museum more than that bridge will. I have another business in New York City. They just did an enormous promenade project in the neighborhood where my business exists. It's called the High Line. There was huge resistance to that for years and years. It took an insane amount. I mean, pretty much since the day I opened my business there 18 years ago, the High Life project was under review. Once it was finally approved and moved through, it has become a great addition to the neighborhood. The people love to walk up there. They have this great view of being able to see what's below. I truly believe that that bridge is going to become a point of interest for people, that they're going to want to go up there and get a higher look so that they can see over to Fremont Street. They're going to want to take pictures from up there. I can't say enough how important it is that this project gets started. Even having work crews on the block in the coming year or two will be good for the businesses. Triple George that exists on the block, I understand. They're getting ready to put potentially a sport bar on the corner. And without activity happening at this location, none of that is going to come to fruition. And honestly, the 2 weeks may not hurt them, but the 2 weeks is just 2 more weeks of no traffic on 3rd Street, of no people on 3rd Street, of nobody talking about 3rd Street, of nobody walking down 3rd Street, and of nobody coming to work on 3rd Street, except for the people that work at Triple George, Sidebar, and Hogs and Heifers. My employees all have health insurance. We pay for the basic cost of health insurance for all of our employees. I'm a small independent business owner. I have no partners. I have no investors. And everything I have in the world at this point has been sunk into this business here in Las Vegas in order to keep it going for the last 5 years. I cannot encourage you enough to approve this project. And if the bridge is an issue that continues to need to be addressed, that it be addressed at a later date. But I cannot imagine that that bridge is going to create any distraction from the Mob Museum. And I certainly think that the property owners could probably figure out a way to put signage up and create some type of a scene that draws even more attention to the Mob Museum. You know, perhaps the top of that bridge could have a big, display of the Mob Museum, walk this way. But I appreciate the opportunity to be heard today. I, for one, after 6 years of broken promises from, the property owners and the city, would love to see this project take place. So thank you for hearing me. And I think the Fremont Street issue needs to be addressed.
I think it's important, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
The very top portion of that bridge can be lowered very slightly, almost de minimis, because all the structural support and air conditioning of what I understand is on there. And from an architectural standpoint, you would not want that to be seen. I do feel that when this project comes to fruition, if it does come to fruition, that the bridge will actually be a viewing point. And as pedestrians walk across that bridge, it will be a place where people stop and actually view, both down 3rd Street, but specifically viewing to the north to the Mob Museum.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Farlow, did you want to be heard?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Could we go to the overhead, please?
Which one? This one?
Oh, this one right here. This part right here, is that the Mob Museum, and is this the windows of the Mob Museum? In other words, is this part right here, is that the bridge, or does this
Yes.
this grade above and grade below belong to it too?
No, that is the part of the post office.
That's right.
So this is part of the post office.
Right. So the only part of the bridge is just the grade part.
Yeah,
Because that's unclear. When you're standing in the audience, it looks like that's part of the bridge. The second thing is, if you've ever been to Rochester, Minnesota, the Mayo Clinic has tunnels in there. Is there utility lines in this on this street that would forbid the use of a tunnel here? That's the second question. And number 3, at the Planning Commission, they showed a site plan review, I think it's site plan review, showing the loading docks. And could they clarify that, please, for just
And would you like to address that?
I'm happy to address where the loading docks are. I don't believe I have a good shot here. There's some in the staff report. But the loading dock is back in this area here behind our central plant. I don't know if I'm up on the screen or not. Okay. Okay, well, I'll show, on the site plan, you can see it directly behind or to the northeast side of the pink colors, and that is our loading dock. And it's been, again, redesigned so that there's no impact on Stewart. Our trucks are able to turn in that loading dock.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
Could you put that drawing back up? Because I think Mr. Farlow, to his credit, brought something to my attention that...
This bridge structure?
Yes. The one on my left, I guess your left too.
Yeah.
And if we could pan in on that picture? Okay. I'm using my finger to point, but what Mr. Farlow pointed out was that the gray line, well, you're up below. Below. Keep going. Right there. That goes across. Okay, no, the one below that.
Okay. That's the museum.
Now it's off my screen.
Oh.
Okay. Go ahead, do that again, please. Yes, go across. That's the museum.
That's correct.
See, I didn't know that.
Correct.
I thought that was part of the bridge.
No, the bridge begins right there.
Okay, and then go above where you started.
And that's the top of the bridge.
Okay, so the gray line above that is the museum.
It's the museum.
So it's the two inner grays, if you will, the panels, the steel, if you will, that is the structure of the bridge. What's above and below that is the Mob Museum.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, Councilman. And in fact, 2 points. 3 points. We did study going underground. We did study raising it. And we did study expanding the bridge to actually not see the top and the bottom of the potential museum. But based off of all of the feedback from this council and specifically staff, it was make it as small as possible, as transparent as possible, and you can see that the Mob Museum is above and below it.
Well, my 2 cents for what it's worth, and I'm going to defer to Councilman Barlow because I believe I should, but I want your project open yesterday. Everybody in this room does. Bridge or no bridge. I respect what the mayor says, and if we can tweak it to make it a little better, that's great. But I think the bigger picture is to get your project open because the downtown area and the city of Las Vegas desperately needs it.
Well, one of the things I'm going to do, assuming that the bridge is not resolved today, is I'm going to go to the 501c3 that is in charge of the Mob Museum and find out how the signage on the Mob Museum is going to be affected here at all, and if in fact signage is allowed above the roof line, which I'm hopeful it will be, that will allay many of my fears. But I want to feel very comfortable when I cast this vote because this is the legacy of the downtown. The Lady Luck, or whatever it's going to be called, is critical to the success of everything we've started down here. And I want to make sure it's as near perfect as possible. And that's the reason I'm asking for 2 weeks to do my due diligence, having not seen this rendering before. I wish I had. I would have brought these things up before. But I hadn't. I want to show them to other people and get their input, and I'd be ready to vote on it 2 weeks from now. As far as my feeling as to all the other matters, if Ms. Wheeler says we can vote on those at this time, I have no problem in doing that.
Mayor, I would like you to know as well, as recently as yesterday morning, we're working closely with those at the museum and doing, due to their potential sign restrictions of what they're limited with, what they can or cannot do, we actually entered into discussions about giving them signage on our buildings to better enhance for the future of the Mod Museum.
Okay, well, these are all the things that we want to be partners with. There's no question about that. We're on the same page, and as far as Ms. Dell is concerned, your representations are absolutely correct. You were the pioneer there, and I'm not sure that the decision on the bridge for 2 weeks is going to make much of a difference if we go forward with the other matters. So, Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And I appreciate you all for working with us for quite some time. And I agree with Councilman Wilson that I would love to have seen it open yesterday. As you all know, it sits right outside of my window. I get an opportunity to look at it every day. I'm in City Hall. And while I was in a meeting yesterday and looked across at your building and saw all the windows open, I jumped up in glee as far as saying, oh, there's movement over there. And to look down and see people moving and cars being shuffled around and folks standing in the windows looked like they were doing some work up there. I got my binoculars and pulled it in a little bit tighter to make sure that what I was looking at was accurate, that there was actually some construction movement. So it really made me smile, and I'm very excited about the building having some life and some resuscitation being breathed back into it. But I would like to move forward with all items on this agenda, the SDR, with the exception of the bridge, and I look forward to going out with yourself and the mayor to look at other alternatives, if there are any, as it relates to the bridge work. And that will be my motion. But I do have a question before we take this to a vote as it relates to the signage for the Mod Museum. And this is something that we can talk about when we go out and meet out on the street level, and something for us to take away with, at least to put in the back of our brain for now, is the opportunity of possibly having some signage on the bridge looking north from Fremont, to basically let folks know that this is the entrance of of the mob, or whatever the case may be, but just something for us to consider as far as having possibly something to signify that that the Mod Museum exists behind the feature of the bridge, if in fact it is a total obstruction. So just something, food for thought.
Okay, we have. I'm giving agita to half the people in the room here, and I don't mean to. I'm trying to do what's best for the city. But Mr. Scott and then Mr. Adams.
I'm not sure how that's going to work to piecemeal this type of project. I mean, an administrative approval may work with like trees and maybe walls and things of that nature, but something as major as a bridge element, you're going to have a little problem. If planning can't come to some agreement with the developer, what's going to happen? Is the site plan null and void, and it comes back to you?
No, as far as I'm concerned,
you'll never see this again if it's going to be an administrative approval.
Mayor, then to cut all the confusion, then, Mr. Scott, I move to obey this item 2 weeks.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Did you want to hear it?
Well, I wanted to, Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. As you know, I have out of the manager's office responsibility for managing the Mod Museum project, and we have been in very protracted discussions with the federal historic preservation review agencies relative to the Mod Museum that we're obligated to because of the deed covenant on the Mob and the grants that we've received on that project. They have, in their most recent transmittal to us, denied our ability to put a rooftop sign on the Mod Museum.
All right.
It's just one of those things they have indicated is incompatible with the historic character of the property and will not meet Secretary of Interior guidelines. I would also like to mention that the design that you see, the transparency, was a recommendation to the design team of the developer from the MOB design team. The bridge is something that we've discussed extensively among the design team and worked diligently to try to find a solution that would work for both the recognition of the building itself, but also allow them to maintain the bridge. And they actually formulated the very specific recommendations to make it transparent from their architects to their architects. So I just wanted you to be aware.
Okay, and I appreciate that. It would have been nice to have known that before we started this particular discussion today. But maybe the bottom line out of this will be we'll use the bridge as a form of advertising with a big neon on the bridge saying behind the bridge is the MOB Museum. But there's a motion now to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. And Mr. Donner, if you'd be kind enough to call me, and I'll get in touch with Councilman Barlow, and we'll get together first of next week, and we'll see where the sign saying MOB Museum is going to go.
We will.
Okay, this is the time for item 61. Mr. Camacho, your lawyer here?
No. He said, I just hired him 72 hours ago. He's not prepared. Anyhow, if he's coming, you're the boss right here. He can't argue me. You're the judge.
Right. So,
but I'm ready. I'm ready.
We're going forward.
Yes.
All right, we're going forward.
Yeah.
It's your turn, Mr. Camacho. Mr. Smith made his position clear. It's up to you to convince us differently.
It's not a problem. I really am glad that I waited this one to present Senator. But first, I want to make a comment from my last meeting. When they think I was making an excuse, I was sick. I'm a diabetic person. They've been changing my medicine the last 2 months. Right now, I got a blood pressure pill, and I'm going to continue. It was not an excuse. I tried not to make a circus the last time. I was not ready. I'm ready a lot of the stuff, and he's going to answer me. The city, because here Mr. Devin Smith represents the city of Las Vegas. Anyhow, for the other stuff, look like I tried to avoid suing. I tried to avoid spend money in attorney because I spent over $500,000 through my divorce, and I was hoping, and I respect very much Mr. Gary Ruiz. Okay, that's the reason I tried to get a fair decision. I'm going to go as far as it can go. If it's not, we're going to appeal him in court. I don't have no choice. When I left outside, I called him to tell him to have a paper ready. You know, city councils or whatever, the city of Las Vegas, and I'm going to show you when I came. Even today, I got my wrong list. I came here 11/4/09 to ask him for help, and I'm going to show. And I'm going to show right here. If you got this one, you can put them in the computer. What kind of help I got from the city of Las Vegas? Continued harassment.
Your Honor, just real clear, yes. We're here on an appeal of a notice and order dated June 1st, 2010. There's about 13 or 14 items on that notice and order, and that's all the council is really here to consider today. All these other things in 2009 and however far back he wants to discuss are not relevant, germane, or even appropriate.
Yes, it's relevant, because it's consistent for what you find in me, and you give me the order. I'm here today. I was not going to appeal. I don't know what the appeal was with the city council. You're the one who called me to say, appeal, Mr. Camacho. And I found it out. Yeah, because, and then I got a call from the person that's next to Susie Martinez, and he got his handwriting. With the city of Las Vegas made the appeal, and I started wondering how come the people were so nice to me, because it was a trap. Okay, now you tell me you're not going to let me present. You violated my rights again as part of this case what happened in 2009.
Your Honor, real quickly, if I may.
You may not. I want to talk to Mr. Still. Are you advising us then, Mr. Still, not to consider anything other than the matters which were in the notice of June?
You have no obligation to. You can certainly consider anything you would like to consider as it relates to the notice and order that Mr. Camacho has appealed here today.
All right, Mr. Smith?
He asked what his due process rights were after we gave him the notice and order, and we did advise him if he wanted to be heard by the council to file an appeal, and that would give him a right to be heard.
And that's why we're here today.
And that's why we're here today, yes.
It's fine. I'm going to put him in. I'm going to make a copy and give it to you. I'm going to give it to you next week to all the city council, and I'm going to put it in you too, and I'm going to send this one. What you're doing, not to let me present that one. That's the part. What is the city because it's a harassment. I come back again. On a chapter 11 actually, okay, and I send the letter.
No. Let's do it this way. Yes,
I can.
Yes.
You know, the city staff's working with this property owner for over 4 years at this location. He's continually violated almost every city code applicable to the property and the operation of this property. He's operated several businesses at this location with no business licenses, as well as operation outside the approved use of illegal businesses. City staff issued notice to cease the activities and maintain the property, but several violations continue. The owner is still, to this day, still selling cars from this location. Has illegal signage and displays. The property continues to be in a state of disarray. I just feel like that I've dealt with Mr. Camacho at not only this location but other locations for 15 years. And all he has to do, Your Honor, is to do what city staff asks him to do. But he's never, ever said okay.
And once again today, he did not say okay.
That's right. And you know, he lives as, if we're going to support the people that work for us, then we have to stand up and say, okay, enough's enough. And that's what I want to do. You know, you can't say it in a nice way.
I send it.
I'm talking.
Okay, but please don't raise the voice because you got the. I deserve the same respect you deserve it from me. Please, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
He's going to show us a letter that he sent here for the last abeyance for the last meeting. I've got tons and tons of letters that he sent us. Okay, I understand. I understand his illnesses. I understand that. I'm not. I mean, I gave him 2 more weeks, but he still didn't do anything.
Okay. Let me put this one for record.
No, that's fine. I'm going to ask a couple of questions because we're not going to do this back and forth. I'm not going to do it, and if I'm doing something that is wrong, Mr. Camacho's lawyer, who didn't show up today, can take me to court. But I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Are you selling cars there?
No,
okay.
I don't.
Let me do this. No,
I'm not going to
let you finish. Mr. Camacho, I'm not going to let you finish because I'm going to put you under oath now. Raise your right hand, please. And
I raise my right hand.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I will.
Okay.
Put this down
now,
on the monitor,
if you lie, and I'm not accusing you of lying, that's perjury.
Yeah, I know
okay?
it's perjury,
and
but it's
go to prison
perjury.
for perjury.
I'm
going to ask you some questions.
This man, if you raise a hand, you ask
please.
this man, if he lied, it's going to be perjury. Because I want a fair, I want something
Mr.
fair.
Camacho, I'm going to ask you some questions.
First of all, can we go to the overhead, please?
Pardon me?
Devin, can you put that in the...
This picture right here.
Can you zoom in on that picture down there?
And
it's not my car. People, it's hard to keep, and it's not my car. Look if it's my number over there. I got a dealer license. I don't need it. Let me explain. You think, Mr. Reese?
Is this on your property?
It's on my property, but
Okay.
when I tell them,
What does it say on the back of that window there?
They take the
car.
car.
For sale.
They take the car. When I call them from the number and I say, I'm going to call the tow truck, they move in the car. Okay? I got a license. I don't sell cars anymore.
Do you?
I sell only a few cars. I don't need it to put them over there. Plus, you look at my face, Mr. Gary Reese. You think I'm 62 years old. You think I'm so stupid? When I apply, I try to get a use permit to sell car in that property, and I'm going to sell cars myself. I'm not that dumb. You know that, okay? The economy hurt me real bad. My divorce, the economy. I tried to send a letter to the attorney, and I was here to tell him I want to work with the city of Las Vegas.
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor.
No, not now.
This is a public hearing.
Go ahead.
Let him speak.
Mayor and Councilman, before, when the applicant was here before, he was always saying that he's not going to sell vehicles and all of that. I was at the planning commission, the last planning commission, July 29th. I want you to bring your attention to item number 41. Special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Hector Camacho. Request for a special use permit for proposed motor vehicle sales used at 4561 East Bonanza Road, suite number 130. So I mean that what he was telling is just not true.
You have a motion?
Your Honor, all you can do, and is this going to stop? No. There is no conclusion to a problem like this.
Why you don't meet with me? Probably.
Please, let the man.
I'm going to ask Devin one more time. Give us your recommendation at this time, please, Devin.
Basically, all we're asking him to do is we're asking you to approve the notice and order and everything we asked him in the notice and order for him to come into compliance with. Then we'd like to do a 60-day review on this to be sure that everything that we've asked him to do, he has come into compliance with. And the only thing that's time critical, the two things that we would like done, was the trash enclosure repaired within 30 days, and Republic Services service established with them for trash pickup within 72 hours. Other than that, he would have 60 days to complete all.
Do you understand those things?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Then my motion,
let
Honor, is going to follow statute of limitation at this time.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote,
Councilman,
please.
can I just make the record real quickly?
Let me ask you
that
before
this
you
is
close it.
That it's all, we're not approving the notice and order. You're either affirming or denying his appeal, and then you can impose these additional conditions that Mr. Smith has discussed.
Okay, what do you suggest we do then, Mr. Steele?
To deny the appeal.
You're denying the appeal and imposing the conditions as Mr. Smith has read them into the record.
That's my motion.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I will have a letter typed out with these conditions on it that were read into the record and sent to him, so it's very clear.
Better send it registered certified.
We will.
Okay.
I want to ask him one thing. He gave me 72 hours. That's the paper I asked him. You deny. Still, I'm going to appeal, and I still. I just want to work. He gave me 72-hour notice. He listened for me for a second, and I leave. I'm not that dumb. Okay. I got two kids. I got one kid that's an attorney for the federal government. I got the other one. If I so dumb, I was not smart enough to send my kid to school. I got 4 kids going to be a professional in this country. I've been 40 years in this country. Okay?
That's a good thing.
I understand. He gave me 72 hours. He came from the inspection. Every other department, from the Fiore, from the lady is there, everybody left what it was wrong or right for this time. He left without leaving me everything. I know stuff is finished. If you see it.
This is what we're going to do. He's going to send you a letter.
Yeah, but.
Listen.
Yeah.
And he's going to give you a period of time to correct all these things. If you correct them, we're friends.
How about for the fine? I had to go to my attorney for the Chapter 11. Put the 40. I had to do something to fight the fines because it was not legal the fines.
Well, that's what the attorneys are for. We haven't heard from any attorneys, but we're just going to go back and forth, and that's not good for your health.
Okay, but do him a
it's
favor.
not good for my health.
Tell him to give me for June 4. What he find right, what he find wrong. June 4, he don't left me anything.
All right.
He coming
this is
back
what we're
with
going to do because I'm going to let you talk all you want after I adjourn the meeting. And you can stand here and say whatever you want. You can make your record. I'll sit here and listen to you. If it takes 100 hours, I'll listen to you. You can filibuster me, but I'm not going to have anybody else go through this. There's been a motion. It's passed, and now we're up to item 63.
Yes, Your Honor. And on the extension of time at this location, I'm going to make a motion for denial of this item.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're
I'm going to ask you one favor.
No, you're going to
personally.
talk to me. No, you're going to talk to me afterwards, after everybody leaves. We're going
I'm going to send all this one to you. Please look at it. You're
course.
going to see why I'm trying to make it
Very good, but I'm going to let you talk after
Thank you.
after we're through. 65, DIR 38680, Director's Business.
No, we got one more. 65 is.
We've done. That's what I was reading. 64 was the. That was the Lady Luck.
Yeah. 65. You're right.
All right, 65 is DIR 38680, Director's Business, a public hearing. The applicant owner is KAG Property LLC. Required review of a development report as required by subsection 9.01 of that certain development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Kyle Acquisition Group LLC dated August 8, 2007, on approximately 1,712 acres generally located at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road in Ward 6. Yes, sir.
Mike Ross, Carwin Advisors, 8379 West Sunset, Suite 150, representing KAG Properties, Wachovia Bank as the managing bank. We concur with staff's report on our annual report of Cow Canyon Gateway Project. We're working with staff to complete a new land plan for the property, reducing the intensity of the development of this property from approximately 14,000 units to approximately 9,000 units. We have submitted revised utility master plans to the city for their review. We are meeting with city staff frequently to review the development agreement, the parks agreement, and the design standards for this property. So hopefully next year we can stand up in front of you and say that we're in compliance. We're working towards a goal of submitting all these agreements to the City Council for consideration in the fourth quarter of this year.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, it's a public hearing if anybody wishes to be heard.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This has been going on for quite some time. Is there, if I go to the library and go on the internet, is there something that I can pull up on the internet showing the current site plans or, feasibility or whatever they're doing with this?
I'm not qualified to answer that question.
If I may.
For the city.
Yes.
If I want to find something to go
Yes.
in the city.
Ms. Wheeler.
If I may, Mayor, the staff report goes into great detail, all the status of all the items of agreement and where we are on that, and we'll be happy to make that available to Mr. Farlow.
Basically, what I really want to know is, one time they were going to do a road alignment. Did they do that?
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
there have been some modifications in that and some anticipated that there may be modifications because we haven't finalized all the aspects of the plan. And again, where we are right now is delineated in the staff report that I can make available to Mr.
No,
Farlow.
that's all right. I'll find. Thank you very much.
Very good. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, you guys are doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Staff, thank you very much for working with them. Mr. Farlow, yes, this has been going on for a long time, and we're not done with it. But they're moving in the right direction, so my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 66, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. I'm going to call out of order item number 68. This is council members' recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the City Council unless that's subject to on the agenda and scheduled for action. Would any member of the City Council like to be heard? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to invite all those young people that's getting ready to go back to school down to the East Las Vegas Community Center May 16th. We are going to have some backpacks and some school supplies that we'll be passing out.
Not May 16th.
August 16th. Yes, sir. August 16th. And thank you, you guys. I might be fuddled. I just want to make sure everybody understands, knows when it is, and that is August the 16th at 10 o'clock at East Las Vegas Community Center. And again, at the next council meeting, I will remind everybody to come over to the Stupak Center on August the 20th for another back-to-school fair. We will have all the fun and whiz and stuff that we do with the city of Las Vegas. So I'd just like to invite everybody to those two different times.
Very good. Anybody else like to be heard? Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. To follow behind Mayor Pro Tem, I will be hosting my annual back-to-school fair this year at Lorenzi Park at the Sammy Davis Jr. Pavilion. The time will, this year, the doors will open at 8:30 a.m., so make sure you get there early. We'll be distributing backpacks full of school supplies because we want to make sure that those young people in need of school supplies and backpacks have all the tools necessary in order to perform in the classroom this coming school year. We will have well over 50 to 60 vendors there to assist the parents as well as the children with all of their yearly needs while they're in school, as well as representatives from the health district and Shots for Tots. So please come out. We're going to have a great time. And on tomorrow, I will be hosting my monthly coffee with the councilman out at Starbucks, Rancho, and Bonanza from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So please come on out if, in fact, you're looking forward to speak with me in regards to any issues or topics of discussion. I will be there tomorrow, Starbucks, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And, of course, the back-to-school fair is August 14th, 8:30 a.m. to 12 noon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wilson?
Yes, thank you. I'm very pleased to announce that Ward 2 likewise has its annual back-to-school fair and movie in the park. And this year it's going to be Friday, August 13th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. at the Anson Sister City Park, which is located at Buffalo and Ducharme. It's free to the public, so I'd invite everybody to bring their whole family out. It's going to be a picnic, chairs and a blanket. We're going to have free backpacks and school supplies that will be given out to the first 500 students in line. And this is always a great turnout, so I invite people to get out there early. We're going to have community vendors that will be handing out information and school supplies. Light refreshments will be given out. And the movie this year is going to be, like I said, The Spy Next Door. So it's a great event. For more information, you can contact my executive assistant, Christelle Klingler, at 229-4645. The Back to School Fair, Friday, August 13th at 6:30. Secondly, today is the 6th meeting in which I've told everybody about a child that is missing or run away. And I'm very pleased to say that of the 5 previous reported missing children, 2 of them have been located. 2 of the 5 have been located. And this information is provided to me each meeting by Nevada Child Seekers. It's also available on their website at www.nevadachildseekers.org. This organization is doing one of the most important things in our community, and that's bringing lost children home. So today's child is 15 years old and has been missing since July 6th of this year, and there's a picture of her on the screen. Her name is Miranda Campbell. She is a runaway and was last seen at the 9400 block on Southeastern. Miranda is 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighs 135 pounds, brown eyes, brown hair, and she wears black rectangular glasses, has a piercing on the top of her left ear, and a scar on her right eyelid and under her chin. She also goes by the name Mia. And like the other kids, the more people looking for these missing children, the better chance we have of returning her safely to her family, like those other 2 children. If you know where Miranda is, please contact Nevada Child Seekers, 458-7009, or Las Vegas Metro Missing Persons Unit at 828-3111. Thank you.
Councilor Ross?
Last but not least, Mayor, Councilman Wilson, thank you for doing that. That means such a great deal to this community. We also, it is the Centennial Hills Back to School Fair at Centennial Hills Park, and that will be this Friday night, August 6th, at Centennial Hills Park in the Butterfly Park, is what's more commonly known by the children, or dedicated by the children. And we too, council members, have a lot of vendors out there. We couldn't do this without the participation of our local businesses and our vendors giving out school supplies. I would also, we are also having a movie afterwards in the Centennial Hills Amphitheater, Planet 51, so I'd encourage everybody to bring their blankets and lawn chairs out to enjoy that with my family. We'll be out there as well. And, folks, if you don't know where your back-to-school event is, go to lasvegasnevada.gov and click on whichever one of us represents your area in the city of Las Vegas, and you can find that out. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much. We're going to go now to item 67. This is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject is on the agenda, may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to speak, come on up, give us your name, we'll put the 3-minute timer on, and what I'm going to do is this. I am going to excuse any council members who want to be excused.
Interrupt, Your Honor. The section of Nevada law that requires this public participation says that a portion of a meeting must be devoted to public participation. You need to retain a quorum.
I have to have a quorum.
What you can do is you can put a 3-minute timer on each of the speakers until they've exhausted their 3 minutes.
Which I'm going
and
to
if
do.
anyone wants to speak after that, adjourn the meeting, and you can sit here and listen to them.
All right, that's
but
what
I think
we're
you have
gonna
to devote. You have to have a quorum for the.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate that advice. All right, Mr. Barnes, put the 3-minute timer on. Be happy to hear from you.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I have a mailing address, P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas 89125. I'm here today to address my rights as a citizen, and I feel like my rights are being violated with the people that operate and promote these programs that I've addressed out on Nellis. They're using the military intelligence software to promote and plan these programs, and I didn't come to this city to play with anyone. Being 53 years old, you know, that's behind me playing games, and I feel like I'm being played with because I do know my name is on that type program. Some people refer to as a stipending program or share program. I know there's a lot of people in the economy bad and they're in need, but I don't have them in need. And I explain to people, I know I'm not lying on these people. I'm not putting their names on these programs to make life hard for them or bad for them and their families. And I don't like the fact that I'm being victimized, I feel, by this situation, that someone is allowed to put my name on this type program and continue to play with me and lie to my doctors with my health being like this. I didn't hurt them or their family. I come to Nevada in a peaceful attitude. When I first got here, I reported directly to the police department and showed them my Louisiana ID, and I told them I was here as a tourist in August of 1999. And I did explain my situation. I left back in Louisiana hoping I wouldn't incur problems here while being here in this city. And the police directed me over on Charleston. At that time, the FBI office was located on Charleston near South Vegas. They've moved to Stellar Lake now. But I addressed the full explanation of my situation, hoping I wouldn't incur problems, only to be here temporary, and then later I decided to stay as a Nevada resident. But being here over 10 years now, I've struggled to survive here. It hasn't been easy. I've had people traveling here from California and other cities and states. They show me their ID. I know that's where they're from. And they get to go out on Nellis over me and have open house on me and my family. They're not Nevada residents, and I've called my hometown police department to address people that's traveling from my hometown in here going out on Nellis, messing with my business and knowing all my business and telling me my business. My income and my health is none of their business. They're not my doctors. They're not my legal guardian. And these people are mentally ill. They need some problem. They need to go over to 6161 West Charleston Boulevard, let a psychiatrist deal with them. I don't have a degree in psychiatry or psychology, but I've had to deal with people like this, and it's hard on me. And this is a hot climate. It's not a time to play with sick people and lie and steal money. And that's what these people are out for. They're out to capitalize and use my children and my family as a pawn to get money from me. And I need it stopped. I need these California residents and Louisiana residents to report in to the police department in their area. And the police here, my hometown said, did you tell the police there? I said, yes, I've addressed it to the law enforcement people here. But see, it's coming from there. They don't understand why I'm being victimized. But you all should know. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would anyone else like to be here? Not yet, Mr. Camacho. I'm going to, Mr. Farlow, did you want to be heard? Gentlemen, did you folks want to be heard during our citizens' participation? All right. Step up,
Give us your name. Put the 3-minute timer on. The seller said yes.
My name is Russ Gullo.
Mr. Gullo, could you speak into that microphone there, please? There you go.
My name is Russ Gullo, and I live at 405 North 6th Street, which is just around the corner over there. And I just wanted to find out why or when or what is going to happen to my property. They've been after it for over 7 years, and we've been negotiating back and forth. And now, it's 2 years now I've been waiting for, is her name Susie? Building and housing department, and she won't even talk to me anymore. Or since then, it's been 2 years now, and I've been sitting there waiting for my property to be taken in with the rest of them. I'm the only one there. I lost access to my property when they had that Eldorado. I lost my parking, my access to my property, and I had to rent a motel room in order to get through that thing. And they squeezed me so tight I couldn't even park my car. And I was wondering who knows and what is going to happen.
All right, this
if
is
I
what we're
have
going to do.
Stay there.
Mr. Gullo, this is what we're going to do. We're going to ask the staff to please get in touch with somebody in the appropriate department and have them sit down and help the gentleman and give him some guidance as to timetables and what his rights are, okay? They'll take good care of you over there.
I wrote you a letter whenever they cut me off, and you gave me an answer, which was a very vague and
I don't doubt it. If I gave an answer, it would be vague. But they're going to put you in touch with one of our city employees who knows what they're doing, and they won't be vague.
Yeah, that's where the arena's supposed to go.
Yeah.
Who is that?
This gentleman over there is going to help you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, anybody else want to speak before Mr. Camacho? Okay, Mr. Camacho, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put the 3-minute timer on. No, and then...
I'm waiting for... Okay.
Wait a second.
Okay.
I'm going to put the 3-minute timer on. You say whatever you want during 3 minutes. Then I'm going to adjourn the meeting, and then I'm going to sit here and I'm going to listen to what you have to say.
I was waiting for item 63.
No, that's already over with.
Already been moved. I know I missed it.
There was a motion. That's a consent item. There's a motion to deny, and that motion passed.
Okay. I want to leave this one as a public records.
Okay.
That way, because the only thing I'm asking for the city is to treat me fair. I don't mind to clean up. I send the letter to the attorney. This one, please, I want to have it for a
We'll
public
make this
record.
all part of the record.
Okay, part of the record. And here's for the other city council.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. The only thing I ask is to be fair. Just, I'm willing to comply, and that's what that letter says.
Good.
Just keep on finding me. Not going to do anything, because what I have to do now, the $4,400, I'm going to give it to the Chapter 11 attorney to give it to the trustee.
Well, as I
Okay,
said,
look,
we can't
you can
take
look.
action today.
This
but-
one, I would like you to look all this, and Mr.
Okay, if you want to give that to the clerk, we'll make that
Okay.
part of our record.
I want to look.
And another lawyer. Different lawyer.
I want to look this last three picture on the left.
Okay.
I close the other one. I don't want the other one. I want just
Okay.
3. That bush is the one they've been charging me for money for inspection, one bush. And I left them on purpose because I was going to ask you if we can put a City Las Vegas monument over it because they've been charging me so much money for the property been cleaned for a long time, Mr. Goodman. Why not do something you try to do? Give me a meeting. I tried to get a meeting for you from 2005. Why don't you give me a meeting with Mr. Reese and we sit down? The only thing I ask him, I want to work, I want to get out of the Chapter 11, and I want to keep on working to continue to pay the education for my kids.
Okay, well, as I say, that's why I'm going to listen to you.
Okay, now that's it. I know. Just please, I want you to look this one with Mr. Reese, and then you tell me I still look the pictures from all downtown in City Las Vegas if they've been fair with me.
Okay, well, we're going to do that. We're going to talk today.
On a security, I'm going to, other record, I'm going to, no other record here, I'm going to send it to you, tapes, and I'm going to, with a little bit of explanation, please look at it. Okay. I know you for a long time.
Right,
okay, I've been in Vegas I've been in the office over 30 years ago. Okay, thank you.
And you were innocent then, and you're innocent now.
Hey, I know I'm 36 years in Las Vegas. I follow you and I admire you.
Okay, that's why I say you're innocent. That's a good thing. Okay, but stick around because I'm going to be happy to talk to you. All right, anybody else like to be heard? All right, the meeting's adjourned, and thank you, everybody. And you're more than happy to welcome to talk to me now if you'd like. Let's wait till they go, and then we'll talk. Nah. Yeah, I know. I don't got that. This is only good. He's going to talk to me.